All right. Yep. Sounds good. I think. Oh, they took the flag down.
The following is a presentation of the Disc Golf Pro Tour on Disc Golf Network, the home of live disc golf.
Welcome back to beautiful Tyler, Texas for the third and final round of the Texas State Championships presented by Latitude 64. Sitting at the top of this talented field by 2 strokes is Calvin Heimberg. Can he put his stay up on the season, or will one of the 3 world champion card mates chase him down? You'll find out live on the Disc Golf Network. Welcome to the booth in Milwaukee. I'm Ian Anderson, hanging out with the Albatross man himself, Philo Brathwaite.
What's happening, everybody? Happy Sunday. Championship round out here in Tyler. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, we got Vinny and 3 world champions are going to try and chase him down, man.
And a few other people from not too far behind as well, but they're going to have their work cut out for him if Vinny keeps playing the way he's been playing, because he was on a heater yesterday. It was incredible to watch.
At what point, 8 straight birdies, was it?
Yeah, hole 6 through 13. Vinny was just putting the pieces together, including that 90-foot throw-in. Just, man, all kinds of good stuff going Vinny's way, really finding his way into the fairway. 83% fairway hits for Vinny. I mean, when you have these two numbers right here, 83% from the fairway, 92% from circle one, that means you're getting the job done all day long. Those two numbers right there tell the story, and Vinny kept finding himself perfectly in position on the fairway drives. This was one of the ones that got away from him.
But he found a perfect.
He found some kind of way to get onto the green. This one included. This was that big putt I was talking about, 90-foot throw-in. Really thought it was more of a layup. Turned out to be a big bonus birdie.
Near ace right here on 9.
Oh, man,
flash
I was
chains.
calling it. He said they called it about 1.5 feet off the right side, and right about there, I thought it had a
on
chance.
The tape.
Man, that thing blew past the basket a good ways, and Vinny was able to capitalize on that birdie putt too, some 49, 50 feet away. So, yeah, Vinny was just on a heater yesterday. It was really fun to watch. That was such a crispy eagle drive there on hole 12. Reminiscence of the Albatross shot.
Yeah. That's the Calvin we're used to these last couple of years, you know?
Yeah, he did have some putting woes earlier on. You know, we saw him out in Vegas. That circle one was really kind of, you know, eluding him, but he seems to have righted the ship in the putting area. Things are looking good.
And they are. Calvin Heimberg sits with a 2-stroke lead. Let's watch some disc golf.
I just wanted to challenge the best. I mean, this is a course I feel like the best player is going to win. I don't think anybody will shoot better than 25. If they do, protect them at all costs. 18 is all brand new, so all complaints can be sent to me for hole 18 because it's pretty sadistic. You know, the Thorn is, you know, it's the toughest course in Tyler. This is the Rose City, so I thought the name was pretty appropriate.
Ricky Wysocki, when he shows up to Texas State Championships, he leaves with the good hardware.
Well, he's got his work cut out for him today, but, you know, I kind of think this is a good place for Ricky to be, you know. I mean, he's not in the driver's seat, so all the pressure's not really on his shoulders. It's not his event to lose. So he's going to put the pressure on Calvin, you know, and Calvin's wearing his Sunday whites. This is his tradition for Sunday rounds, lead card, the white jersey, ready to do battle. And they're just two different types of animals. That's something I was thinking about on the way over here. Is just Ricky's just so fiery and passionate, and Calvin's just smooth and steady.
That kind of leads me into, Macbeth for birdie on 1. I got a fun trivia question for you, Philo. Off the chains for Paul.
It looked like that was pretty center for that to bounce out like that.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to
Nicolas
Championship
Antela
at the 2022 Texas State Championships, presented by Latitude 64. This is your chase card. First up on the box, representing Latitude 64, let's give it up for Emerson Keith.
Home crowd favorite in Tyler, Texas. Emerson pushing it long.
Next
He
up on the
did.
box, representing Innova Champion Discs, let's give it
A
up
little low
for Jeremy.
flat on that. Looks like the wind just kind of held him out there. Big germ with yet another colorful shirt.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure Jules is rocking a matching one as she caddies for him today.
Big Germ has rededicated himself out here to the tour, getting a new truck, new RV, full timing it on the road.
Right.
You're seeing this guy everywhere this year.
Representing disc
Doing a
crabs.
great drive
Let's give
there.
it up for Chris Dickerson.
He just missed the pyramid.
Looked like he just skipped over the far corner of it, so hopefully he's still inside circle one.
Going for Nicholas Antela.
Dodging the curve and just along the pyramid is Nicholas.
Thanks, Ryan.
Really well done there. We have Terry Miller on the ground. Conditions to the eye look amazing. How is the wind out there, Terry?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. We're here for another gorgeous day in Tyler, Texas. Very similar to what we had yesterday. We're going to have a little bit of a headwind for these first couple of holes. The headwind is at around 11 miles per hour. This is forecast to be the windiest that we'll see all day. It's also the warmest that we're going to see all day. It's about 85 degrees. We're not going to see that cool off until sometime around 7 o'clock. Unless we have a playoff, we should be wrapped up by about 7:30. So these are the conditions we'll see throughout the day. Of course, I'll keep an eye on them, but looking forward to some great golf down here in Tyler, Texas.
Yeah, it looks very scoreable out there today.
Yeah, winds are, under 10 miles an hour. You got to take advantage of that for sure, because things can get real nasty out here in Texas when the winds get over 15, 20 miles an hour on a regular basis. It's hard to control anything,
Waco, didn't we?
Yeah, it's hard to control anything in those conditions. Even when you're throwing the disc upwards of 70 miles an hour, it's, it helps, definitely. You can absolutely narrow the lines down a little bit, but, man, the wind's still going to get a hold of those things and makes control really hard to attain.
Your chase card encircling the pyramid. A bunch of birdie putts coming up. Emerson Keith pushed it a little bit longer than I thought. Philo, he's got a circle 2 bid for the birdie. I wouldn't mind a layup. He's been so gutsy on this hole though all week.
Yeah, it looked more like a concession there.
Yeah.
Not as aggressive as he would have needed for a birdie bid. And a little smile from Emerson.
Might have some memories of yesterday. This is Joel Freeman. 2 birdies and 2 holes. It's a strong start. Chris Dickerson looks on circle's edge for the birdie on 1. Beautifully done.
Very accustomed to seeing this man make a lot of putts. Let's see if he can fire up that robot.
God,
get himself some more points. He may not win the tournament, but if he can get himself into like a top 5, that's some more tour points, keeps him in the hunt for the season.
It's free money in your pocket at the end of the year, too.
No doubt.
Coling for birdie from the drone cam. It's on a great perspective for that putt. See Germ leaving it just a little high, but thankfully it nestles on that top step for a drop-in par. And we got one more birdie bid coming up from Mr. Antela.
know you guys haven't seen much of the young Finnish player from South Central Finland, but he's currently ranked in the top 25. I mean, the guy's got some game.
I played that round with Seppo a couple months back, and he was warning me about this guy specifically.
He wanted no part of that.
I think that was just a really nervy miss, Philo.
That's a big miss, too.
He's
pushed all the way out towards the edge of circle 1.
He Sisyphus that one.
Ooh, rocky start for the youngster.
This is a longer putt than he just had. Ooh.
Here's a gut check for you.
It's conceding the bogey. That's smart.
Definitely don't want to take a 5 on hole 1.
Right.
That's a big hole to dig yourself out of early on, especially on this course, how tight it is. Smart play.
Bunch of drop-ins coming for the rest of the chase card. And they will make their way to 2's tee. While they do that, though, we're going to swing over to hole 3 to check out a Paul Macbeth drive. Should be a forehand force coming up here.
Kidding.
That was so good.
That was a little high out of his hand and caught that really low ceiling. Such a challenging tee shot on 3.
Yes, it is. It's one of the tougher par 3s on this track. Really asking a lot out of the players to thread the needle on that fairway.
Yeah, they are. And here is our course close-up, powered by our friends at UDisc. Lindsay Park, Tyler, Texas. Been around a while now.
Certainly has.
3 awesome courses, plus the Thorn when you need it to bust out when the Pro Tour is in town.
Must be nice to have stuff like that in your neighborhood. I didn't really grow up with a facility like that.
There's no land in SoCal,
man.
We're lucky if we get one course within half an hour.
You know what I'm saying? Not only that, it's lucky if you get one over 5,000 feet.
Also,
you know, it's
yeah.
just, everything's so small and short.
Thank you to UDisc for that. We are with Chris Dickerson on the tee of 2. Kind of funny. One of the longest courses in SoCal is where Paul grew up, Huntington Beach.
Right.
Yeah, kind of funny. He throws pretty far.
He does.
I feel like everybody at HB throws really far.
They got some room to make the disc fly out there, that's for sure.
Yeah. Keith on the tee of 2.
Perfect.
Yeah, all you need off the tee on 2. There is OB left and right that have come into play. Big Germ threw the smooth turnover yesterday. We'll see if he goes back to it. Little headwind kind of popping up on Germ.
Saw something similar to that yesterday, and the guys were
That's
struggling a little bit. Keep it low. It's going to gobble it up. Germ wisely gets the disc up in the air, giving it some time to unravel. Well done from Big Germ.
That's way out there.
Certainly is.
A great second shot for his forehand as well. Swing that thing in there. Niklas, after the unfortunate bogey start, will grab his DD3 and head to the tee of 2. He's got such great lag in his swing. It really gets those hips going, and then it just pulls the upper body through and fires, man. We are going to take a quick break on the Disc Golf Network while they walk up the fairway. Back in a couple.
The Texas State Championships are an elite series on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, the official professional tour of the PDGA.
This is Latitude 64. The smallest of grains handled with the greatest passion. All always trying to improve, always trying to be better. Out of curiosity, excitement, thrill. For the player and the sport. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
PDGA Event Support Helpline.
Hey, I was wondering if I could add some rules to my tournament to make it a little unique.
Sure. You just need a waiver from the Director of Event Support.
Okay, great. An island green?
Shouldn't be a problem.
And elevated baskets?
Yeah, we get those all the time.
Oh, and forehands only?
Sarah, we've been over this.
Sorry. I mean, but I don't see why we can't try it. I mean, everyone loves forehands. Like, you can go right, you can go left, you can throw straight, you can throw high, you can throw low.
Got it! Wow. World champion, World champion, James Conrad!
Whether you know it or not, you have a brand, and we have discs. Let's put them together and make something really cool. We've got plenty of discs and are ready to stamp or Dimax them however you'd like.
Isn't it expensive?
Well, guy who asks convenient questions, at Dynamic Discs you can see what's available and fill out the form to see what it'll cost you before you even order. Sometimes I fill it out just for fun, because you can watch the numbers go. Anyways, head to dynamicdiscs.com/custom to place your custom order and grow your brand, whatever that is.
You've seen them in the hands of professionals, helping them compete at the highest level. Whale Sacks is a female-owned small business, handmade in the USA. We are dedicated to outstanding grip for all disc golfers.
Having my own line of discs, all named after sound design terms, is a dream come true for me. I'm just so thankful for Prodigy for believing in me and giving me this opportunity to have a couple amazing discs under my name that I can trust.
Hey, I'm Johannes.
Hey, I'm Jonathan.
And today we're going to talk about how to aim. You have some problems with the distance, the timing, and pretty much everything. This is kind of the ground or the beginning of the throw.
There you go.
So we're going to throw some forehands.
Oh yeah.
Then you just stroke the board and then you push it in the basket.
You should never, ever throw your max on a golf course.
What?
The Texas State Championships are presented by Latitude 64, when quality matters.
Philo, do you own any belt buckles?
Own? No. I had to leave mine.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Aw.
Unfortunately.
Maybe
My good friend Nigel Mills out there in Koh Samui, Thailand. I got to hoist up the belts a few times, but he was like, yeah, you got to pay for that big hunk of metal if you want to take it out. It stays on the island with us. I'm like, no.
That's hilarious.
Oh, well.
So you got Rick, you got Calvin. Philo, trivia question. When was the last time they won an Elite Series event?
Rick or Calvin? The last time they won an Elite?
It's kind of a fun answer.
Wow.
It's actually one tournament.
I'm not a statistician like that, so you got me stumped.
Ledgestone, 21.
Ledgestone, huh?
Yeah, they tied for the win.
That's right.
The final round got canceled.
Yeah.
You are looking at Calvin
Those
Heimberg.
types of things don't stick with me, man.
If you didn't win it, is it really that important?
That's a lot of my event.
Draco coming from your leader, 2 strokes ahead of the field.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be nice for Vinny.
That's a start.
Let's give it up for Ricky Wysocki.
Wind seems like it's significantly picked up in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, you didn't see this much whipping in the gentleman's clothes the last couple of rounds, so to make some adjustments. Ricky keeping it low and tight. Try to get into the pyramid and hit the brakes. Right over there next to Calvin.
Third up on the box, representing Innova and Millennium. Let's get a big round of applause going for Greg Barsby.
Greg Barsby steps up next.
Greg's had a solid weekend of golf so far, and see if he can keep it rolling here on the closing round.
Boss from Barsby, excuse me. That's leaking left.
Similar miss that he had the other day, huh?
Exactly the same.
The box for your lead card, representing MVP.
Not challenging the road enough.
For James Conrad.
Greg will have some extra work.
James Conrad, your reigning world champion. He's got a neutron panic in his hand. Tags the pyramid. I'm going to guess it stayed on there with the collapse we got.
Sounds like the gallery approved.
Over on 2. We're going to show you Big Germ's second shot. Oh, just beautiful.
Tap in, no problem.
He's kept it low on that second. We've seen so many people sky that forehand.
It's an easy thing to do.
Your leaders approaching the pyramid as Emerson Keith putts on 2. That was a par there for Emerson. Dickerson. Birdie look for Chris Dickerson. No problem there.
Robot chicken 2 for 2, right?
Yeah, I think so. And Antilla just dropped in his par. His second shot got a little wild in that headwind that recently just crept up. Barsby from range.
Gave it a stab. Should sit up there on the pyramid.
One of those patented Barsby nose-up floaters.
He tried. Gave it a go.
He did. And thankfully, don't think he'll pay any penalty for the aggression.
Well, he surely did hit a lot of metal yesterday, so I'm sure he was feeling pretty, like, I'm going to hit something.
Yeah.
That's a big thing to take into those long putts, is that confidence that you're going to grab some metal.
Wysocki to move within 1 for the time being.
Solid bang there for Ricky Wysocki to get things rolling. Let's see if Calvin Heimberg can match.
Needs the birdie here to maintain the 2-stroke lead. Putting uphill straight into that headwind.
Well, if you were wondering about Calvin's nerves to start this round, hopefully that will have quieted any of your doubts.
I was actually wondering a little bit. Were you?
You know, a hair, yeah. I mean, like I said earlier, they're just two different types of competitors.
Yeah.
You know, like I kind of see Calvin and like a James Conrad kind of in a similar boat where they're both extremely
very
competitive players, highly skilled players.
But they won't show you on the outside.
But they don't show it like a Macbeth or a Wysocki does, and you just don't get that feel of how important it is just from their body language.
There's Barsby making a tricky par putt, despite the length, after Conrad converts the birdie. So 3 birdies for your leaders. Impressive stuff. They are headed to 2. Let's fly it first, Philo.
Hole 2's been playing pretty fair overall. I mean, everybody's, for the most part, finding their way into the fairway, but that second shot's very touchy and tricky. If you don't have a good sidearm, it just probably feels very awkward. We did see James Conrad take the side route, but then there's those late trees you got to contend with. So, yeah, honestly, I think if you got a good sidearm, you want to try to get yourself as close to this gap here and then fire it around these trees and get a nice little flare skip, nestle in there like we've seen a bunch of other guys do.
Yeah. It's a nice test of a disc golfer. Make you throw a backhand off the tee, make you throw a forehand for your second shot, you know?
Yep.
I like that.
And you can play the backhand on the second shot, but obviously the slope of the grade of the ground is not receiving your disc well. You're probably going to gain speed if you catch any kind of an edge, so the sidearm play is a little more receptive.
Halo Destroyer from Calvin. He threw this ridiculously far yesterday. I heard an uh-oh. This is leaking down the hill, I believe.
I'd need to hit the brakes in a hurry. Hard to tell from there. Green flag. There you go.
Green flag. Ricky Wysocki. Rick swinging it out wide, get it nice and flat.
There we go. Big skip, maybe even off the road. Little assistance, safely in the middle for Ricky.
Terry, did that one skip off the road like it looked like?
Oh, it certainly did. It was a perfect skip, nice and low, and he's in the middle of the fairway.
How about that? Neutron Panic again for James Conrad. Full send from the reigning world champion.
Needs to get more towards the middle of the fairway, and there we go. That's the skip and fade that he was looking for. That should set James up nicely.
Barsby. That's a yellow Scorpius and an orange Scorpius. We're going yellow Scorpius.
I imagine he's reaching for the more stable one in these conditions.
Oh, good call.
Tries for the low driver in there again. That needs to hook up as well. There it goes. He got a little bit more out of it than he did last time.
He did, yeah. A little more burned. We have Philo's Philosophies, brought to you by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store. Hit him with it, Philo.
Well, now the race has kind of dwindled down to just a few guys. You know, at the start of the week, I kind of felt like this was anybody's week to go out there and win it. It's a brand new course, you know, a new look for everybody, but now it's just down to a handful of guys that really are in contention. You know, now these guys just got to believe they can get the job done. You know what I mean? They're in position. They've got their game plans dialed in at this stage of the competition.
Yeah.
They know what they want to do. They know the shots they want to throw. All they got to do is pay attention to the conditions, see what the wind's doing. And again, man, those circle 2 putts, those are the difference makers on these events, you know, like that's really where these tournaments are won or lost.
Yeah. I mean, look at Calvin, who's winning by 2. Had 2 huge circle 2 makes yesterday.
There it is.
Intila over on 3, going FD. That was a very impressive germ, I heard, and understandable. That's a
beautiful shape out of the youngster's hand. Sets him up for a birdie opportunity.
This is Macbeth's second on the 4th. Going for a air roller, and it does not work.
The ground just ate that up.
Sandy, Texas.
He's looking back like, well, I was hoping for a little better reaction than that. But
yeah.
Tried to scramble out a 4.
Slow start for Macbeth. 1 over.
Yep.
Through 3.
Par, and a bogey. That's a rough way to get things going for the 5-time.
Back to another Scorpius pull for Greg Barzy, his second on 2.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's exactly what Greg likes to do. Perfectly placed inside circle 1, just outside the bullseye. Get things rolling for Greg Barsby here in the early goings.
Conrad. This is the Neutron Terra for James. Taking that wide route again. It looks early. It sounds early as well. Terry, talk to us. Where did James get to?
Guys, I'm standing behind the basket, and I never even saw it come in at all. So if you saw it early, it probably got hung up on that right side tree.
Oh, man, those get really thick, too. Hoping for the best for James. Back to the fairway with Calvin Heimberg. He's going to try and fire a backhand in here.
That's a tall order, man. You got the wind blowing in your face, not really helping the disc much, so he's going to have to throw a perfect shot to get down close to the basket. Caught one of the Guardians on the right side, kicked him back into the middle of it. He's going to be somewhere in circle 2, maybe at the edge of the fairway to the green. A long bid for Vinny coming up.
Possible advantage, Rick, depending on how
At
this
the
upshot
moment,
goes.
let's see. He's set up right where he likes to be. He's got a perfect angle into the green, plenty of space, plenty of height. Let's see if Rick can shape one down in there and get himself a tap-in birdie. Big late skip, finds himself safely inside circle 1. Ricky Wysocki with a birdie look coming up.
Looking like we might have a one-stroke lead for Calvin after this concludes already. Over to Big Germ on 3.
Big Germ finds himself in some trouble on the right side, but what an approach.
Total redemption shot.
Absolutely. Great scramble.
And your leaders and the gallery approaching the green of 2.
Definitely want to give a shout out to a couple of guys at the moment. There are some dudes that are making some moves today. I know it's not moving day, but you know it's never too late to redeem yourself and get yourself back into one of those respectable spots. Mason Ford, got to give that guy a shout out, man. -9 through 17 holes, up 53 spots, currently in the top 10. Dang. Talk about a hot round, man. Dude was way back, probably not even going to cash this week, and just comes screaming back. You might remember Mason Ford winning the Music City Open out in Nashville late in the end of last season. Young, talented player from right here in Texas, so definitely want to give him a nod. A couple other notables. Michael Johansson's been on a rampage himself. He was at 6 down through 16 the last time I saw, up some 30-some spots. Paul Oman, another guy, 5 down through 17, up some 30 spots. And Michael Groth, up 29 spots, had a couple bogeys towards the end of his round, but some solid shooting from some guys.
Earning some extra bucks today with
Absolutely.
with those performances.
All these guys came screaming from like out of nowhere. They were not in cash and now are. So hats off to those guys.
You are looking at James Conrad in a tree. He's got a high-speed driver in his right hand, I'm pretty sure.
Looks like he's lining up a flick or something.
Yeah.
All right. Rarely seen James Conrad flick and gets himself onto the green, scramble out his par.
Yeah.
Nicely done from James.
Over 2-3, and Chris Dickerson putting for par. Well done by Dickerson, saving par from distance. Dickerson is 1 down through 3 holes. Back to the fairway of 2 we go for Calvin Heimberg. beyond circles?
He is inside circle 2, so
Okay.
it's probably in the 50-foot range for Vinny. He does have a pretty open look, but it does slope away from him past the basket, so that speed control is so important here. Probably the best thing with the action on that disc was kind of trailing off to the right the whole time. Seems like the wind just batted that one down, and we'll just tap that in for par.
Wysocki now stepping up to a birdie look to close the gap to 1. Close it is.
There it is. Well, Calvin was never safe with 2 strokes. I mean, now it's going to, you know, see how Calvin responds. That's all we can do. Sit back and watch.
Barsby for birdie. So move him within 5 of the lead. Jams that one home. Barsby cards his first bird of the day. Heimberg and Conrad. Par putts coming up. No problem for the raining, and Calvin has it just a foot outside bullseye, no problem for his par. And he will take a 1-stroke lead over to hole 3.
Definitely want to drop one more name out there, another local guy from right there in Tyler, Texas, John Willis, 7 down through 14 holes. Good shooting, trying to get it into the house in the top 10.
We are over on hole 4 with Big Germ. Firing the forehand out the window. Looks nice.
That looks good. Hole 4 still playing extremely greedy today. Nothing doing out there on this hole.
One of the few to birdie it this weekend is the man on your screen, Chris Dickerson. He has a force in his hand. That is tugged. Oh, he hit some crazy gaps though. I love a sarcastic fist pump from Dickerson.
Talking about getting away with one, huh?
If you want to see fun stuff like that live and hang out around your favorite players, go grab some tickets. There's nothing like seeing this stuff in person. It will blow your mind, and especially when it's on your home course. You know, when you played 100 times, or you know, you got a chance to throw. You watch them throw it. Minds will be blown. I can guarantee it.
That happened to me even at my home course back at Oak Grove the first time. A big contingency of the touring pros showed up, and you start seeing guys throw lines, and I'm like, dang, I never thought of that. You know, it's just it's incredible. The highest talent in the game puts on a show in your hometown. You better show up.
It will change your perspective on the game, I promise.
Absolutely. You'll learn something.
And you can go meet your favorite pro, man. Disc golf pros are so accessible. Sport is in an amazing spot right now.
Come get us while you can.
Yeah, exactly right. Ricky Wysocki taking the tee of 3, and this is a Rick-friendly hole.
Big time. Plenty of speed, plenty of accuracy to thread the needle here on 3.
Oh, Rick throwing the Royal Rive here.
Asking for it to go. A little bit shy on the flare, but not too terrible. That's still in Ricky's range, some 38 feet off to the right.
He can straddle to a clean putt, too.
Yeah, that gives him an opportunity. Let's see what happens with Calvin's drive.
That Royal Rive disc, man, I swear every Latitude or Dynamic Disc Pro has that in their bag. They hit a home run with that Royal line.
Got the new hotness.
Yep. Kristen was throwing that Royal Grace all over this morning as well. Barsby, Scorpius.
There's the skip. Kind of disappeared there for a second.
Yeah.
Thought he wasn't going to get the flare. Ends up getting it. And all right, somewhere in the middle of circle 2.
Got edge just in time. Heimberg should be a destroyer from Calvin, and he showed off a great one yesterday.
Yes, he did.
Low.
Gets a big flaring skip anyway, but not enough speed to. Ooh, that gave him a few extra feet. All right.
Oh my
He's
goodness.
probably in the neighborhood, kind of. Greg's a little bit in front of him, I think, but they're in that same 45, 50-foot range.
Back over to Germ on 4. Throwing his second. Forehand again.
Yeah, this is such a long get. Big Germ, one of the longest sidearm throwers in the game. Yeah, that's still not going to be enough to take a comfortable putt at it. It's going to be more of a throw-in effort.
Conrad back on the tee of 3.
Lining up a roller angle.
This is a different disc than from yesterday.
He is.
Oh, you love the idea. Hate the tree hit.
Well, that's the way to get creative. Try to push the boundaries a little bit over there on hole 3 and just take a quick flyby.
I mean, that shot makes a ton of sense for this hole, Philo. Low ceiling.
Low ceiling. Yeah, you just, man, that
The shape
landing
for
is
it.
so
Yeah.
quick. I don't know how those guys do that. It's so impressive to watch these guys drop rollers on a hole like this, but I do get where he's coming from. You know, get that thing scooting along the ground, make it through the initial gap, slow, late right turn. That's what we were looking for in the air, but the airspace is at a, premium on this hole. There's not a whole lot of room to work the disc, so you really got to thread the needle high to low and side to side. Use the ground play on the skip. That's why we've seen so many sidearms coming in on this hole, not so many righty backhand throws. One of the more open greens on the course, though, for one of the wooded holes.
Yeah, it is. That backhanded from Antilla was beautiful on 3. That FD. Over to Dickerson on 4. Catches a tree, but still in the fairway.
Yep.
So no birdie for Dickerson, but hopefully should be able to get up and down for par. You are looking where Conrad hit a tree. His seconds.
Yeah, this is where you probably really like a good sidearm right here if you're James Conrad. Looks like he's lining up for it, and that would be the right play. Righty backhand's a tall order on a shot like this, especially with that tree in his face. James Conrad sighting on the flick, gets him in position to save his par.
He's got a chance. He's going to be out in Conrad country, though. We got a patented sidearm from James Conrad. Looks like he threw his neutron panic. Patented forehand. I mean, you should patent something the first time you do it, right?
You should.
Yeah.
It's good to see James using that. It's definitely a tool you got to have in the bag this, stage of the game out here on the Pro Tour.
Yep.
Just got to be able to work the disc from left to right and from right to left. And if you got a bit of a sidearm, that's definitely going to help you make some scoring happen.
And huge thanks to our friends at Sunstein for sponsoring the patented moment of the day. You can hit them up at sunsteinlaw.com. That is our ever-growing gallery and your leaders as they approach the green of 3, top middle of your frame. Heimberg ready to attempt a birdie from circle 2. Oh, they're even calling this on the fairway. So outside circle 2.
Took a stab at it. Not really catching much of anything on the basket. Scoots by a little bit, maybe 25 feet or so.
Barsby. Barsby, they're calling circle 2.
Only 3 birdies so far here on hole 3 today. Playing super stingy. 2% birdie to the field. Nobody's parked it. 3% circle 1. Oh. Everything but in for Greg. Online, great speed, good pace. just doesn't drop in time, and Greg Barsby will settle for par.
Conrad, this is a long attempt for par.
Yeah, totally Conrad country here. He's going to have to do one of those steppers. Maybe not. He'll just stand there and slide it in. Either way, big moment early on here for James Conrad. Solid effort from James Conrad. Grazes chains on the right side. Unfortunately, not quite enough of them. He's going to have some work for his bogey left. Carried a little bit past there on the way towards the target, unfortunately.
You are looking at Ricky Wysocki over James's shoulder, lining up a birdie putt. And this is to tie for the lead.
That was shaping up for chains all day, but unfortunately catching some twigs on the way out, batted down. Maybe a little sigh of relief for Calvin Heimberg.
Yeah, I got away with one.
Yep.
Here is Conrad's bogey comeback. Doesn't look too bad. James good for these. And his Nomad finds center chains.
Yeah, you don't become a world champion from messing around inside circle one. James Conrad, very comfortable, stress-free putting.
Heimberg coming back for par.
Oh, that's a lot closer than it looked before. Just some 4 or 5 paces just outside the bullseye for Vinny.
Yeah, that sandy green really helpful.
Solid par putt once again.
So Calvin will maintain that 1-stroke lead as they head to 4. Barsby dropping in a par. Over 2 for and Chris Dickerson after Rick drops in the par.
This is his 3rd shot. We saw a couple of greasiness off of the tee. Got a little bit of a bad break on his 2nd. Now this is drifting hard right towards the shoe, and Dickerson's going to have some work for par.
Corey Ellis putting for birdie on hole 5. West Virginia's finest right there, making a nice birdie.
The man can putt and give him an opportunity, and more than likely he's going to knock it in. Corey Ellis putting in work here in the early going.
You know, he actually credits you with motivating him.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Interesting.
Yep.
He's like, well, if Philo can do it, then I can do it.
No, I think it was our commentary we had on him on Myrtle Beach a couple years ago.
What did he say, man?
Man, he just said it's really, you know, you said, you know, you're not going to win tournaments, Mr. Circle 1 putts.
That's
you know,
right.
he really took that to heart, and he hit it in the offseason.
That's awesome.
And then he never missed a Circle 1 putt ever again. That's a birdie for Macbeth on 5.
Well, he rights the ship, gets himself back to par, but a little too slow of a start for Macbeth if he had any hopes of trying to be a late arrival to the winner's circle. Probably not with that start.
Not so much. We are on the tee of 4 with Ricky Wysocki. Catching a tree, coming out is Ricky Wysocki. Taking birdie completely out of the equation. You need 2 perfect shots, Steve.
You do.
Entertain it.
Yeah, you know, if you make par on this hole, you're not going to get too frustrated. Obviously, he would have liked to have had an opportunity, get a perfect drive up the fairway, but you're not going to scoff at par here on hole 4.
Scorpius for Barsby.
Really getting over on that more stable Scorpius. That was a fortuitous bounce there, getting him back away from that tree and opening up his swing.
Absolutely. Heimberg, destroyer. Calvin got way down the fairway.
What a smash from Calvin.
It's a Calvin special. That low line drive, man. A few better at that
incredible.
shot. Up ahead on the green is Chris Dickerson. You can see him down in the creek. He pitches up nicely, but that will be a bogey for Dickerson. Back to the green we go. James Conrad, fishing photon. Looks to be following the Calvin vapor trails. Philo.
Getting it up to the high left side, not nearly as far as Calvin, but out clean, and gives him an opportunity to have, a nice free second shot. That's really what's important here. If you're not going to make your birdie, at least have a clean free shot.
Up ahead on the green, Big Germ. Saving par, I believe. And that was a par save, yes?
Yeah, hole 4, another one of those holes playing extremely stingy. I'm talking nobody's getting anywhere near circle 1. I think one person has found themselves in circle 1 in regulation today. Just nothing doing. Everybody's finding the fairway for the most part. Not too many people getting caught up in the woods, so it sounds like the fairway drive isn't too bad, but after that, just no luck to be had by the field. Just too much hole to chew. A lot of guys taking pars. 50% of the field bogey. Yeah.
One birdie the entire tournament?
One. Dickerson. And he just got, the course just got its stroke back.
Yeah, it did.
Don't get too excited about that birdie, buddy. I'm taking it back from you right here. He kind of threw that one away. He got away with the drive. He had himself set up nicely on the second shot, threw that one away, and then unfortunately, just threw away the third one and earned himself the bogey.
Back down the fairway we go to Ricky Wysocki. Hit a tree coming out. He's going to be substantially shorter than the rest of the gang. Now thinking par, best case. Is that Barsby right there, though?
That is
Barsby. It is Barsby right
just
there.
in front of him.
I guess James and Calvin farther down the fairway.
Kind of sawed that one off. Ricky Wysocki does. Penetrates and pushes the fairway some 300 feet, and he'll be getting up and down for his par from there, excuse me.
From 2-time to 1-time. Barsby up next. Terry, have you heard any chatter from the players about this hole, about the difficulty, what's making it so hard?
No, I can't say that I have, but as you guys are talking about it, you have to wonder, is this just a really challenging par 4, or could it be considered a par 5? What do you think of that, Philo?
Distance-wise, you wouldn't think 880 feet wide open par 5, you know what I mean? But maybe it just needs a little bit more airspace for the guys to work the disc, because it doesn't look like there's a lot of room to get full flight on the disc.
Right.
Even these guys like Calvin Heimberg and Ricky Wysocki, James Conrad, the longer throwers are still struggling to get in position. So maybe it's just a little too much hole. Maybe if they brought the hole, the basket in some 50 or 60 feet, maybe you would see some more birdies.
I think we'd see some more scoring separation for sure. Seen a lot of people end up kind of in that area with good throws.
For sure. I mean, there's plenty of guys out here that can throw 880 feet in 2 shots.
Mm-hmm.
And
almost
surprisingly, almost for them, I'd say 80% of the field.
Yeah.
But, when you don't have a lot of room, a lot of air to work the disc, it's really not possible. Obviously, Chris Dickerson's the only guy to get down there and make it happen. And he's not even the longest thrower on the tour.
No. He's up there, but
he's up there,
but not in that
you
longest
wouldn't, you
conversation.
Wouldn't think, okay, he's going to keep up with Garrett Gerthy on a wide open track.
Exactly.
No.
James had the Volt, but switched it out for the Fission Photons, a little higher speed, a little more stability. I think we'll see him put some pretty good flex on this.
Getting stable quick, so it's not going to make it all the way down there. Going to flare out. Ooh, that's not the best angle. More of just a layup for James Conrad, but no worries. Par is good on this hole.
Yeah. Staying out of the creek at least. Silver lining there.
So hard to throw something kind of neutral flying understable. You're anticipating that disc to kind of open up and unravel some, and then you got gravity and the grade of the hill working against you. Not surprised to see them leaning towards the side of caution and playing the more overstable. Make sure that thing flares out and gives himself an open swing.
Terry, this looks like an absolute smash from Calvin Heimberg. How far past James was he?
Wow, tough to say, but you are absolutely right. It was a huge smash, and he's got a distinct advantage here. He might be able to pick up the second birdie of the entire weekend.
Wow, that would be incredible. He's in prime position.
It looks like it. He's got that wide open fairway off to the right. Let's see if he works the disc down that way. Going kind of a flexing shot down the middle. Big flare skip. Ooh, that was a good kick right there, Ian.
Great tree.
Wow, that just pushed him from 37, 38 feet deep to well inside circle one. You can see the bullseye feather on the ground. Call that a 7 or 8 meter putt for birdie. Calvin Heimberg.
That pizza's getting cooked, Philo.
Yes, it is.
Roll back that Zuka replay on this Halo Destroyer smash from Calvin. Back to back.
Too many guys got that shot in the bag with a Halo Destroyer, man. That disc is so beefy.
Dude, that's going like 200 feet if I throw it.
Unbelievable how tight of a line Calvin Heimberg can throw that disc, man. It's incredible.
It is. These are our biggest movers of the day. So not the hot rounds, but moving up the most places, and same name as at the top.
Yeah, Mason Ford, just very, very impressive round, -9. I mean, same with John Willis. That's some good shooting right there, got it into the house.
Yeah. Just one bogey.
Somewhere around the top 10 from being probably out of cash from the way things are looking.
Yeah, Willis up 41 spots. Wysocki throwing 3.
Oh. Hard to say how deep that is. That is
I think that's his disc right there.
Circle one, maybe?
Hopefully Terry can see it.
Right
Terry,
at the edge?
Give us a distance guess there for Ricky Wysocki.
Yeah, that's probably about 2 or 3 meters outside of circle one. And just to echo what you guys were saying about Calvin's shot, that was going to be at least 50 or 60 deep with absolutely no putt. And after it ricocheted off the tree, as you guys said, inside the circle, this should be an easy birdie.
Wow, sometimes they give, and sometimes they take. It was a give right there.
That was a bonus from the course right there, helping Calvin out. Advantage Calvin Heimberg to regain his advantage. Ricky doesn't have an easy putt for par.
He doesn't. This is a rhino from Greg Barsby, his 3rd on the par 4, 4th.
Man, Greg is so good at that shot.
The touch he has with those forehand rhinos, man.
Unbelievable.
Just shape anything.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Left to right, high big benders, back to the left. Just
Heiser flipping it.
All kinds of fun stuff. Yeah, that's his jam right there. That's really what NorCal taught him, how to get out of trouble.
There's Corey Merle hustling across your screen to catch those awesome slow-mo shots. Look at this growing gallery. Over 2-5 and Chris Dickerson.
Hole 5 playing about 28-30% birdie rate. Chris Dickerson looks like he's going to be adding to that stat. Not too many guys, only a quarter of the field getting inside circle one today. Chris Dickerson, well done.
Dang. Conrad. Short enough, it looks like he could swing it outside this group of trees. Using the ground play and using it very well. Over 2-5 and Big Germ. He is off the right-hand side of the fairway.
Seems like this has been a common place for Big Germ to be playing from on these wooded holes off to the right.
Yeah.
Finds himself on the dance floor. It should be able to get up and down for Big Germ up ahead on hole 5.
Back to 4 and an important putt for Ricky Wysocki.
Two strokes possible here for Calvin Heimberg after that airmail from Ricky Wysocki.
Yeah. Possibly building that lead back to out to 3 for the first time.
Out to 3, yep. That would be huge for Calvin.
That's a nice starting to build a cushion at 3.
Well, it's just some breathing room,
Yeah.
you know. It gives him an opportunity to breathe. He doesn't have Ricky just like all up in his collar sniffing his deodorant anymore, you know. It's just too close. One stroke.
Conrad the same par.
Did you ever play any high school sports, man?
Like soccer.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, what did you play though? Defense or
Keeper.
offense?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
you didn't have to worry about smelling anybody.
Yeah,
then.
nah. No, back there by myself. What was your sport in high school?
All of them, but the thing I was getting at was like, you know, in high school sports, your coaches always have something really funny about, you know, when you're playing defense, how close they want you to be to the guy. Get all up and down. I want you to tell me what kind of deodorant he's wearing, you know, and that's exactly where Ricky Wysocki was on Calvin Heimberg. So close, you could tell if he was wearing Axe or Old Spice. And now if Calvin Heimberg can convert here for this birdie, then yeah, he's definitely going to get a little breathing room, and the old Heisman Trophy stiff arm get Ricky Wysocki off of him a little bit.
This is for the second birdie of the entire tournament, and the only one coming from long.
Bacon pizzas, Vinny. Huge moment for Calvin Heimberg.
That was amazing.
Awesome birdie.
And Ricky now comes back for bogey. Will be dropping 2 strokes and sit 3 back after 4.
It ain't over for Rick. Can't hang his head low yet, right? It's still early.
While they walk to 5, we'll take a quick break on the Disc Golf Network. Back in just a few.
The Paul Macbeth Foundation tries to help grow disc golf in underserved areas.
I was just a little bitty boy with hopes and dreams. Then those hopes they manifested to nobody.
None of this, and I mean none of this, could be possible without just anyone that's believed in this foundation or who sees this for the first time and wants to help. Thank you to anyone who's been a part of this. This is just the beginning.
The Destroyer is essential on tour. One of the most versatile distance drivers in Innova's lineup. The new Halo plastic is probably the prettiest plastic that Innova has in their lineup. It makes for a really cool disc to bag. Very confident in throwing the Destroyer and keeping it in bounds at far ranges.
I would recommend the Envy to every single person that plays disc golf.
This is such a good throwing putter.
If you don't have an Envy in your bag, I don't know what you're doing.
The Envy is one of the most pure, straight flying putters.
Comes out clean, can handle power, it can handle touch. It's just very versatile.
It holds any line that you're really putting it on. It's so good. So good! It's so good.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
And welcome back to Tyler, Texas. We're going to check in on one Nico LaCastro, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a couple birdies, a couple bogeys, another birdie, and boom, the eagle for Nico LaCastro on hole 6. And just got a par on hole 7. So we were trying to say he had no pars rolling, and he just blew it. You blew it.
Some Texas toast birdies on that par sandwich. Heimberg on 5.
With some hot sauce in the middle, huh?
There you go. Rock 3 coming from Calvin, I believe. It is.
Looks a little early, huh, Ian?
A little low as well.
Yeah, Calvin's not going to be too thrilled about that effort. More than likely just a par.
Barsby is next up. Barsby going with a Metal Flake Roadrunner.
Those champion Roadrunners are flying real nice these
Aren't
days.
they amazing, man?
Unbelievable.
Needs to start hooking up. It did not do that in time.
Just a little fast for Greg on that right turn. Hung that out there just a little bit more to the left.
Conrad. James going with a hex, so just a mid-range here. Actually, did he even diss down to a putter?
This is all day of James Conrad shape.
He did. That's a nomad, man.
That's insane. It's got to get Boogie into the right in a hurry.
Not quite in
Not
time.
quite. Nope, he's up on those trees on the high left side. Going to have a really awkward putt through the stuff.
The jail cell.
Yeah.
Wall.
Let's see if Ricky Wysocki can make things interesting here and get back into the mix.
Advantage time. Nobody even close to the green at this point. Good drive. Get you a stroke on the lead card.
There we go. Ricky Wysocki finds himself filtering in towards circle one. Got that last guardian tree to deal with, but opportunity, Ricky Wysocki.
Most likely grabbing at least one of those strokes he lost on the last. Over 2-6. Paul Macbeth putting for par. Ooh, that's not a
characteristic miss for Macbeth.
That's not a bogey hole for Paul.
That just kicked into the water, didn't it?
No, did it really? A double bogey.
He went
You're
into
right.
the creek.
Went into the creek.
Ouch. Rough times for the 5-time out here in Tyler, Texas.
Indeed. 5-time grabbing a 6 there on hole 6. Moving, but in the wrong direction.
Unfortunately.
Looks like Calvin will be next to Acton. Off the fairway, but in a nice little tunnel to the bucket.
He does. He's got a window. Just all about a little touchy up shot here. Looks like he's handled it perfectly. Tap in par. Calvin Heimberg, nicely done.
Yeah, taking some stress off the putter. Giving him
You
a break
do
there.
not want to be putting in a situation like this when you're Calvin Heimberg. That's the last thing you want to do, is to be stressed out on the putting green when you're trying to fend off Ricky Wysocki.
So much. Barsby back on the fairway, left of fairway.
Looking to the Rhino again, little touch shot.
It's so easy to imagine these going in when Greg's throwing them.
Yeah, that wasn't the action for
No.
up and in. He was just trying to punch it forward, make sure he can salvage his par. Looks like he's got a little extra work left to do, Ian.
Agreed. That came up shorter than optimal. Conrad now approaching his disc. And Terry, it looked like James was kind of on the wrong side of all the trees. Is that what you saw as well?
Yeah, guys, he's not far from where we saw Macbeth and Barsby yesterday on this high left side.
Copy that. More than likely just a par salvage here for Conrad, unless if he's got a clear window out. But you never know. No, it doesn't look like it. James able to find enough of a crease to get out, not enough airspace to make contact with the chains, and he'll settle for par as well.
And Ricky Wysocki stepping up to a short birdie look to close his gap to the leader to 2.
Oh yeah, Rick's well inside circle 1. Got to be feeling real comfortable about this. Waste no time, sets, fires, count it.
That's an Ari approved putt. I heard her.
There she is. Tour manager Ari in the background every round, following Rick around, making sure that he stays in the right place at the right time. And he's been mighty successful since she's been in his corner.
Yeah, doing a lot of stuff.
Not just on the course, but off the course.
Got the
Absolutely.
Ricky Wysocki Foundation launched this year. Really cool. Barsby for par.
Solid up and down for Greg Barsby. We were a little worried about that approach, but close enough for Greg to get up and down. We'll scoot on over to one of the more difficult holes on, actually easier holes on the course. Hole 6 coming up.
Oh yeah.
More scoreable hole.
Especially if you have that over-the-top shot.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of guys pushing the boundaries with that, haven't they?
Over 2, that hole 6, and Big Germ.
Big, hard skip off to the right for Germ. Going to be on the low right side of the fairway. We'll see what he's working with when we get back to him.
Yeah, hopefully angle's not a problem. Freeman. Oh, fantastic make from Freeman.
Up ahead on the green of 6. Solid putt. Kind of a death putt too, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. That's right at OP. There are your scores, and while our leaders walk to 6, we're taking a break on the network. Back with the drives on 6.
If disc golf is your game, make Gotta Go, Gotta Throw your disc golf warehouse. With a huge selection of discs, bags, baskets, carts, shirts, and more. GottaGo.GottaThrow.com has all the tools to take your game to the next level. Shop online or our Golden Valley, Minnesota store. Free shipping with all online orders over $75. Online or in-store, get what you need for the game you love. GottaGo.GottaThrow.com, your disc golf warehouse. In the game since 1993.
PDGA Event Support Helpline.
We're trying this cool new thing where we have an alligator pit on the 18th green. It's gonna be epic.
I don't think having literal death putts is a good idea.
Okay, I'll consider it.
Oh, no, boy, no!
Tyler Classical Academy has been incredible. These kids are super excited for disc golf.
I didn't learn about disc golf until I was in my mid-20s, but I'm so happy that these kids do and they're getting the chance to try it out.
So this is a fantastic program and a fantastic opportunity for our school to have professionals come in and take over the PE program for a day and expose these kids to the joys that they can have in just watching a disc fly through the air.
The youth is really going to come in a strong wave to the sport of disc golf.
That was Big Germ grabbing a disc out of Jules' bag. Well, I guess his bag that Jules is carrying around for him. His second shot on 6. Hopefully he can find a way to the green. Looks crowded as I look back at him.
Ooh, what a shot.
That's awesome. Crafty
He's
vet
really
stuff
working
right
that,
there.
that salmon-colored disc there. What has he got there, Ian?
I don't know what that one is. I haven't gotten a Germ's bag in a while. This is Corey Ellis on 7.
Might be like an A3 or something like that, AVR X3 or something like that.
I buy that. He does throw that disc.
Looks like kind of a puddle toppy look to it.
We are looking at Conrad on the tee of 6. They're hanging out waiting for the green to clear. And if you wonder why they're waiting for the green to clear, Calvin Heimberg has parked this hole in the past. He had a 12-footer for eagle last year, so wise to wait. Keith.
Death putt.
Oh, that's a lot of loft.
Sailed that one.
What was that?
Way too much stall for Emerson Keith, and probably a little perplexed by what the heck he just did right there.
Too much stick 'em on the finger. Something, man.
That happens sometimes.
Is it Niklas next? It looks like it. Mr. Antila. It's going to be Niklas's third.
Right idea. Perfect pace and touch to nestle under the basket. Good par for him after being a little bit out of position there to attack for a birdie 3.
And as is tradition, I can see Calvin and Rick halfway down the fairway. Rick will always walk on a backup. Literally every time. He's hundreds of feet out there watching the action.
What do you think these two guys are talking about?
I wonder.
Are you going for it? Because I'm going for it.
Maybe talk about, yeah, who's throwing the crazy Annie line?
Well, we know what happened yesterday. Vinny probably feels like he can do no wrong, right? He threw probably the worst drive he could have possibly thrown, 125 feet in the wrong direction off the fairway. And
Dickerson misses the birdie and finds the out of bounds.
Yeah, Vinny still made his birdie 3, so I'm pretty sure he feels like, you know, I can pretty much do anything I want and still make birdie.
It's got to be a good feeling.
Yep.
Keith now. It's a par look for Emerson. And he does save nicely. Germ. Birdie for the big man.
That was a huge birdie from Big Germ from the position he was in, able to thread a needle down in there with that mid-range or putter disc he's checking around. Solid work.
Germ 2 down on the day. Clean scorecard. Over to 7. Joel Freeman putting for birdie.
Joel Freeman starting to get the wheels rolling. That unfortunate bogey on 3. Solid shooting sense.
Calvin Heimberg, that lead was 3. It's down to 2 after 5. Our leaders are milling about on the tee of 6. We should see some shots here coming shortly as they have just finally cleared the green. Gannon Burr having a good one through 9. 4 down.
Solid shooting. Yeah, you get 4 or 5 down through 9. You're feeling really good out here in Tyler, Texas. You know, there's a few more birdies to be had on the backside. Obviously, 13, 15 are playing pretty soft. 10's pretty attackable. You know, 11's right there. 12's kind of tricky. Got to definitely throw a dime to get 12. That's kind of the flexor shot on the right side. But, yeah, getting through the front 9 clean is so important out here on this course.
See Rick looking at that big Annie line.
They're talking about it. Not much conservative play these days. You know, these guys all are willing to take chances and push the boundaries.
Those days are gone. Maybe they're waiting on this. Big Germ on the tee of 7.
Big Germ early again. Another one of these
I cursed him.
Sidearm plays, right? He's just not getting through.
I just mentioned his clean round, and it looks like he's going to find his first bogey. Believe that found the out of bounds. Antilla.
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 Maybe they just know their big Annies are going to crash in on this area. So it sounds like there might be spectators on the green of 6.
Wouldn't be surprised, you know.
Yeah.
Sunday afternoon. Best disc golfers in the world. A lot of people out there trying to get an eyeful.
Nicholas, really well done.
Solid shot there.
All right, it is game time on 6. Ricky Wysocki. Big Sky Annie coming. I heard no boy.
Might be unraveling a bit sooner than he would have liked, and there it is. And that's actually not the worst place. If he's got that gap right there, he's okay. If he went deep of that tree, then he's in trouble.
Let's find out. Terry, tell us what's up with that Ricky shot right there.
Yeah, that's going to be off to the left side of the fairway, and I'm not sure if he's going to have a good angle to attack the tunnel or not. Yeah, it might be a little pinched off. That's what I'm guessing, but we know Ricky's got every angle.
Yeah. That he does. Calvin says, I did it too. It sounds like they grabbed a tree on the way out.
Nip tuck on the way out, and that's going to make that disc unravel and stall way early. Those guys are going to be hoping for some fortunate, you know, good angles to get towards the green. Greg Barsby up.
Barsby going to that road runner again. Oh, this is overturned.
Oh, that's a good.
Oh, maybe not. Oh.
The course giveth and the course taketh, huh?
Got a great anti-skip, and then the tree smacked it down. Over to Keith on 7.
Emerson seems to like the shape of that. And oh, yeah, talk about parked. No work left for Emerson Keith. Count that as a birdie all day.
Back to 6. James Conrad with a volt. Fairway driver.
That looks more like the shape. James Conrad perfectly down the middle, pushing, skipping forward. Pretty sure James Conrad will be all right with that.
Yeah.
Is that Vinny's disc right there?
Vinny was farther back, about 2 or 3 trees back.
Okay.
I believe. We are over to Dickerson on 7. Terry, why don't you fill us in on Calvin while we watch this?
Oh, no. Ouch.
Yeah, and as they're walking up, honestly, I didn't see Calvin's. I'm from way down in the tunnel, so I didn't see Calvin's come in, unlike when I had seen Ricky's unravel. So, like you mentioned, Calvin must be further back.
Yeah, I think he's right by that kind of that first tree on the corner. We'll find out. This is Dickerson's 2nd.
Going to a little thumber tomahawk kind of action shot there.
Oh my
Finds
gosh.
himself in circle 1.
How do you
Another
say
big
par
save.
from there?
It's incredible. Every time this guy, you think he's got nothing.
Yeah.
Par.
Just manufactures it.
Unbelievable.
Creativity and the execution of all these different shots.
So savvy.
Yeah, I was right. So Calvin was by that first corner tree, and this is hundreds of feet from the basket still. Like bordering on 253.
Calvin looking to bend something from left to right, get that slow taper to the right, drop down the hill. Got it off to a nice line. A good start.
He's got a hook up in time.
Ooh, looks like that was a bit earlier and right from a reaction, maybe even a kickoff of a tree.
And we are going to swing over to Big Germ's. There's 2nd or 3rd, depending on the OB status.
Oh, no.
Oh, looks like he was in bounds.
Oh, no.
Oh, but we'll now have a par putt from circle 2.
Oh, boy.
Well, you might have just jinxed Big Germ right there. It was clean through 6 and having troubles here on 7.
Yeah. Oh, no. We are looking back up the fairway of 6 from the green. And looks like Ricky Wysocki will be next to act. And he is around the corner. More than you'd hope for.
Yep, just a little bit too far. If his disc would land right about where he's standing now, he'd be doing okay, but that tracked around the back side of this tree, and Rick has got some work cut out for him now.
This is going to be a touchy shot, Philo.
So touchy. Don't really want to push the limits on this too hard. A little bit of conservative play here from Rick wouldn't hurt him.
Terry, I am lost on Ricky and Calvin. Can you update us on those?
Yeah, I just saw Ricky's shot come in, and it looks like it's about circle's edge, and he's got the good side of the green to be putting toward. So overall, pretty solid approach shot there.
All right. Did you see Calvin's come in at all?
Yeah, Calvin's came in. It didn't get all the way down the tunnel. It did hit off a tree, and then it carried to the right. I'm guessing that's closer to Circle 2's edge as opposed to Ricky, who's closer to the edge of Circle 1.
Gotcha. Stroke swings possible.
Yeah, the chess match continues between those two top competitors. Big par save from Germ just moments ago. We thought maybe he'd be getting his first bogey of the round, but he makes good.
That was
the
incredible.
Big jumper, and James Conrad sneaks his way down into the green here on 6 and looking for a birdie.
Putting his cosmic envy right under the basket. Using the bridge. It comes in handy.
Had it not hit that final tree, it would have definitely gone out of bounds.
It looked like it. We are back to Barsby on the fairway. His 2nd.
Not the worst reaction after the late tree hit. Barsby in the middle of the fairway. Opportunity to get up and down. Oh, that's going to work out just fine. Greg Barsby inside circle one off to the left side. Birdie putt coming up.
Kind of interesting. The two more conservative lines are getting the birdies, and your big boy routes not so much here. Well, maybe
Play the
for
percentages,
Rick. Maybe
man.
for Rick.
Play the percentages.
Over to hole 8 and Paul Macbeth's second shot. He is right off the fairway, pretty much at the corner.
Ouch.
No, finds a tree. I want to say that came up short of the OB though.
Yeah, things are just not going Paul Macbeth's way here from second round into today's closing round on a Sunday. Just not the 5-time form we're accustomed to seeing.
Did snag that birdie on 7 at least, but oh, Calvin out of bounds. Big update here, Philo.
Yep.
And
Door
not a
ajar
guaranteed
for Ricky Wysocki.
Not a guaranteed up and down.
No, it's not. Well, that's pretty dang good. A little bit of backtracking, but still solid opportunity for a putt. Definitely opens the door for Rick right here.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Had no idea that trickled out of bounds for Calvin.
No, I was lost in that line of trees over there. So Wysocki putting for 3 while Heimberg has a look at 5.
Yeah, this is one of those one way to go in putts for Ricky Wysocki, but a huge putt if he can knock this one in.
Ricky special right here, isn't it?
No doubt. You're going to see some Raptor legs for sure.
Got to be kidding.
Oh.
Straight in.
Off the band goes Wysocki.
He was ready to chase that one in, Ian.
Yes, he was. I was ready to watch him do it. So looking like Rick will card a 4. So getting at least 1 stroke. Calvin looking to keep it 1. Bogey putt.
Big putt, big save there for Calvin after the unfortunate OB trickle stroke. Minimizing the damage.
But the lead is back down to 1 again. Barsby lining up a birdie. So Greg within 4 of the lead, you know, you can't count this guy out. Connor will be just 5 back.
There we go, Greg. A little bit of a slow start for Mr. Barsby, 2 down through 6, but just picked up a couple of strokes on the leader. It was 6 strokes just a moment ago.
That was Ricky's par. That's a Conrad birdie, moving him to 17.
Both of those guys, Greg Barsby and Conrad, definitely want to get something going here. We got some guys just behind him. Joel Freeman, one of them, making a late charge here on Sunday's round.
That's his second shot on hole 8, and that's a birdie look again for Freeman.
Yeah, he's doing things, man. He's going to be going to 4 under. He's at 3 down through 7 now.
Hey, making his charge up the board. The lead down to 1. And it's world champions. The next 3 names after that top one.
Calvin's trying to fend him off. He's long overdue for a tour win. Calvin Heimberg's been in the mix a whole bunch. Right up there in the top 3 podium finishing kind of areas, you know, right in the mix, top 2 cards, top 3 cards, just kind of hunting them down, but hasn't been able to take down too many of them. This should be his weekend. Should he be able to continue to fight and do what he's been doing the first 2 rounds?
We're flying 7, Philo.
Yeah, hole 7's a tricky one. You know, course notes that I had was this is definitely one of the birdie opportunities you want to take advantage of. There aren't a whole bunch of relatively soft par 3s on this course, and this is one of them. The distance isn't the factor here. It's just getting through those trees, avoiding those OB creeks. Definitely plays advantage to the sidearm.
That it does. Greg Barsby going Firebird. Nailed it.
Absolutely parked for Greg Barsby, right in his wheelhouse. One of his favorite shots. Little take away that stable edge on the Firebird. Let it go straight. Late fade. Well executed. James Conrad taking the route less traveled with the righty backhand.
Using the disc that made the shot. Heard and seen around the world. Electron envy for Conrad.
Flip, baby. Come on.
Dodges one tree, but doesn't make the right turn fast enough, and Conrad gonna have some foliage in his way for his putt.
Wysocki. A little wide, but sneaks through, and he is under it.
Parked stat, Ricky Wysocki.
That puts a little pressure on Calvin. Looks like Calvin reaching for a Draco.
Hard to say, Ian, but that wasn't looking too good. Potentially even out of bounds for Calvin. They're calling him on the fairway after one throw, so he must be safe.
Over ahead to hole 8 and Big Germ. I'm going to show you that flip up forehand again.
That looks a whole lot better, Ian.
Oh, he nailed it.
Ugh. Made the right shape. Unfortunately, he's found a weird spot up there on the high left side of the fairway.
He did. Up ahead on the green is Joel Freeman. And that's him walking in his birdie make. Turkey for Freeman.
Yeah, he's starting to put something together here. This is that same set of holes Calvin Heimberg got super hot on, 6 through 13.
That's right.
Let's see if Joel Freeman can find his own fire, kick his own afterburners on, and make himself a charge up into that podium finish.
Sitting in solo 5th right now, making his way up the board. Heimberg's lead is down to 1. And after that tee shot, it might be gone.
Yeah, Rick just applied the pressure to Calvin. He's back up in his collarbone, smelling what kind of deodorant he's wearing, and potentially about to pass him out. So let's see if Calvin Heimberg looks like he should be able to get up and down for a 3 from here. He might even be taking this long birdie putt. Wow. Unbelievable and unlikely make from Calvin Heimberg from way, way, way downtown. Off the fairway and finds a way to sneak that thing up and over.
Was that outside all the circles?
Yeah, he was beyond all circles.
On an elevated pin?
On an elevated basket. I'm not even sure what they're going to call that.
This
I
guy
need
is
to go
unconscious.
dig that up. Oh my goodness, Calvin Heimberg just
What do
putting
you
on
think
a
he's going to
putting
drop a
clinic
stroke
this
too,
week.
man?
Unreal.
Ooh. Let's roll back a Zucker replay from that catch cam angle. Catching the back lip on the rim and nestling in perfectly. What a make.
Huge, huge moment for Calvin Heimberg. Talk about earning that W. That's definitely one of those moments.
Conrad for birdie to match. Ton of chains, but just a little too far right. Jumps out, and he will settle for par on 7. That puts him now 6 back of Vinny. As Barsby dropping in birdie, Ricky will do the same. Terry, give me a distance guess on that Calvin putt. 100 feet?
80.
80 feet? Wow.
You just got it marked at 80. Terry?
Terry?
Paging Terry Miller.
I think I might have lost him in the
Terry
woods
Miller.
here for a second.
Seems we can't find him, but just when you thought Ricky Wysocki was about to knot things up at 22, Calvin Heimberg dropping a big bomb, one of the 2 big bombs we've seen out of Calvin. 3, really, it feels like. That one on 9, the one on 8, and then boom, here we go, another 80-foot throw-in. I mean, incredible stuff out of Calvin Heimberg, really trying to earn this victory out here in Tyler, Texas, trying to fend off Ricky Wysocki from making it number 6. Good stuff.
It is. While they walk to the tee of 8, we'll take a break. Back in a few.
This is Latitude 64. The smallest of grains handled with the greatest passion. Always trying to improve, always trying to be better. Out of curiosity, excitement, thrill. For the player and the sport. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
My first impressions on the upgraded portal basket are that no matter how hard you putt, you'll never get a spit out. Putting as hard as I possibly could, I could not get the thing to spit the disc back at me. This thing is catching every putt you put in it.
Welcome back to the action. Be a pretty sweet boy band. Barsby on drums?
Yeah, it's pretty much a distance contest.
I think you could be in that boy band, Philo, on drums.
Who? Barsby?
You, man. You'd be, you'd be a perfect fourth member, man.
I was in a cover band for a couple of years, a few different times. Yeah, I mean,
I've seen you play before, man.
I don't suck. I'm not great.
No, you don't. You don't suck at all, man.
I can hold a beat.
This looks like Chris Dickerson on 8. This is a birdie look. Ah.
Everything but in.
One of the worst sounds in disc golf.
Solid effort from Chris Dickerson, just a hair high. And unfortunately, he's scooping that one up off the ground for a par.
Keith. A birdie for Emerson. That's a nice... Two great shots to get there.
Yeah, it's going to get Emerson back under par. Been a slow day. He's had a double bogey back there on hole 4 and 3 birdies since, getting back under par.
Nice.
6th place.
That was a Dickerson par. Big germ par coming up. And Entela par as well. leader. Somehow, after 7, that putt, man, incredible.
Well, Calvin's believing he can win.
He is, isn't he?
That's where it's at right now. Calvin's headspace is believing he can win. There's been times when it seems like gets a little deflated by a couple of bad moments, but not this week. Calvin's just been so resilient. He's bounced back from all of his adversities and coming up with huge plays and clutch moments. That's something where we're kind of used to seeing guys like Rick and Paul do. And Calvin's got that same game, but sometimes doesn't seem the mentality that Eye of the Tiger kind of doesn't show up in Calvin. But today he's super focused.
We are on the tee of 8. Greg Barsby has an eagle in his hand.
That needs to fade in a hurry.
It's not a bad place to be.
Hugging the right side a little too long. Barsby going to be a little bit short back in the fairway.
Going to all but eliminate the birdie for Barsby. It's going to take a Herculean effort from there. Rick going with his felon.
Get through.
Solid shot from Rick. That hits the brakes. Oh, yeah, he's going to like that spot.
Oh, nestled up against the OB Creek. He is close.
He's going to really like that.
That's a good one right there. Heimberg, Draco. Apologies, that's an eagle. Oh, and it's an eagle into a tree. Big
miss from Calvin. That's really going to make things difficult for him to even make par. He's so far back. So many trees between he and the basket. Ooh.
Especially on that left side, it gets crowded. A volt coming from James Conrad.
Slice, dice, James Conrad. There we go. That'll do. Hopefully he's got some kind of a lane to attack the green. We're going to hop up ahead. Joel Freeman doing work. Hold on.
This is a good separator birdie if you can get it. No easy task, though.
Joel Freeman pointing it out. Oh, I think he's going to like that when he gets up top.
Production telling us he's 10 feet out.
10 feet for Joel Freeman. So he's starting to catch a little fire here in the final round here on a Sunday.
Yeah, GT Hancock stepping up next on 9. He had a great day yesterday.
He had some solid round yesterday, that's for sure.
Roller on 9 for GT. I like it.
Unfortunate, really didn't work. Yesterday shot a 5 down.
We are now with Calvin Heimberg. And he is right off the fairway, kind of in that muddy area Paul was yesterday.
They are offering some relief out of there.
Or is he left off? Oh, he might be left off the fairway even.
He did go left.
Yeah, there you go. Kind of opens up this little second mini fairway he's got here.
He has to hit it and get himself into position so he can at least see the basket on his third.
He's got to be thinking about that creek too.
For sure. He doesn't want to just go full torque at this. And landing the disc is so important from this position.
I believe he's got that putter in his hand, so he's thinking about it.
Looks like the right speed from Vinny. Playing for position. Gets out of trouble. Let's see if he can get up and down, save his par. Ricky Wysocki advantage. This could be another one of those 2-stroke swing holes, right?
Sure enough. Over 2-9. You saw the drive. Here's where it ended up. Birdie putt.
Stringing them together. Joel Freeman. That's 4 in a row.
Wow. All right.
Right in the meat of the course. This is where we saw that big streak from Calvin Heimberg. Let's see if Joel Freeman can match it. 8 birdies in a row.
Moving into a tie with Conrad in 4th.
Can't sleep on anybody these days.
Someone's going to get hot. You just never
Somebody's going to
figure
figure
it
it
out.
out. Yeah, that's the fun part about it, right?
Uh-huh.
I mean, that's why it's making it so much more compelling to watch these
Yeah.
days, that there are 80, 70, 90 guys that can show up to a tournament. And there's going to be
And
some
win.
good names not cashing this weekend.
Oh, my. Isn't it
Once
crazy?
again, you know, these 10-30, 10 high 10-20 rated players, some of them aren't making the cut.
Barsby, 2nd on 8. Going Scorpius.
Hurry.
Greg Barsby gets in the circle from there.
Circle's edge putt for Greg Barsby. Wow. What a shot. He really pushed the limits on that shot, really threading the needle through that tight line on the left side. And wow, talk about some courage. Greg Barsby really digging deep for that one.
Roll back that Zuka replay. Just misses everything.
Well, I'm sure it helps to have been playing the course a bunch, helping to design the layout, and probably really comfortable just playing this course at the moment, you know, not really stressed out. He's had a lot of chances to look at it and get a feel for where he wants to be, and playing at a high level this weekend, Greg Barsby.
Calvin throwing 3 already. Needs to get up and down to save par. Here Calvin saying that was inside a little early.
Bogey at best coming for Calvin Heimberg. Big moment coming up for Ricky Wysocki after James Conrad plays. If Rick can get this one close and cut this, you know, cut that shot in there close, he's going to flip-flop with him, absolutely.
And Rick's drive was exceptionally good.
Oh, he's way, way up there. He's almost to the creek. You don't see too many people getting a couple of steps from the creek on this drive.
Yeah, like James's drive is great.
It's fantastic.
And Rick's still 30, 40 feet in front of him. See if James can find the line that Calvin could not.
Bone Raz.
Put your phones on silent, people.
Ouch. Too good for James Conrad. Doesn't get any help from the 30,000 trees blocking up the basket and skips outside circle 1. So well thrown shot. Unfortunately, doesn't get quite as rewarded as you would like to think for such a high difficulty shot.
Yeah, they really got a fast skip off the leaves as opposed to kind of that sandy finish.
Yeah, unfortunate for James Conrad, but still an opportunity to make birdie.
We are looking back down the fairway from the green at Ricky Wysocki. Approaching his
he's
second.
Got a really
he's
nice
going to jump putt it,
He's-
isn't he?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's so amazing to get into a position to like just inside a couple hundred feet, maybe even less. Rick could just jump putt this down there. Huge advantage.
Oh, he's forced it. That's what happens, right? Yank it right.
Yeah, a little too much heat on that. Ricky Wysocki pulls the disc off to the right. And now he's thinking, well, best case scenario, I'll tie him up on this hole instead of taking the lead.
Yep.
A bit of an unforced error there from Ricky Wysocki when the door is ajar.
Very, very ajar.
They're not even at the halfway point, so neither of them, neither of these two competitors should get their feathers too ruffled and fluffered. You know all about this stuff. Just stay the course.
Rick
stay in the moment.
Heated right now.
Oh, I'm sure he is, but he's just got to let it go. I mean,
he will.
He's got to move on.
He will. He's not one to dwell on it. He already forgot about it.
Ring it up, Rick.
Ridiculous.
That's a long way.
You can hear Rick. That's a gimme 3, and after your drive, Rick, you're not wrong, sir. Over 2 big germ. That's his second on hole 9.
That is not something we're accustomed to seeing out of Big Germ when he's going to the sidearm.
And he will finally find his first bogey of the day. 5th straight birdie for Freeman on 10.
Not to be, comes up well short. Joel Freeman, the afterburners have been kicked off. Still rolling pretty hot at the moment. Let's see if he can turn things around on 11.
And there's Calvin's putt for 4, and I feel like he made a longer one than this from this angle yesterday.
Oh, he really, really needs it right now. Calvin Heimberg's in a world of hurt. Really wants to save this. Be a huge scramble under the circumstances.
This would maintain his 1-stroke lead over Wysocki. From circle 2, Heimberg.
Such a good effort.
Tons of change.
Yeah, strong right side, just a hair on the outside, maybe one more link in, and for sure that drops in. Unfortunately, gets the opposite reaction.
Yeah.
Kind of glazes off to the right, never really hooked into the chains. Then he's going to have to settle for bogey. Greg Barsby after that fantastic second shot, just circle 2 putt for birdie.
And to get to 20 under par on the event.
Quietly sneaking himself back into the conversation.
Been playing really mistake-free golf.
He has. I mean, I'm sure, like I just said a moment ago, he knows the course really well. He helped set it all up, and he knows where the sweet spots are. He doesn't have to overthrow the disc to get into the landing zones. Just nice, comfortable Greg Barsby golf.
This will get Greg within 3 of your leaders. Or sorry, 2 of your leaders.
Barsby,
My
jumper.
goodness. That was a no-doubter. That had
He's feeling
authority.
That did. Threw that in there like he meant it.
He did. Barsby finds himself just 2 off the lead all of a sudden, flashing a well-earned
5
smile.
down there many times. Not today.
Next to act is Conrad. Went long on the second, now coming back for birdie. Let's move Conrad into solo 4th. And he'd be 4 back up the lead. Struggling to get comfortable back there.
Yeah, it's tough to find a good swing with all those trees and low limbs. Conrad having to push the time boundary here to get comfortable. And in world champion fashion, James Conrad slides that one in there for a well-earned birdie on hole 8.
That was a great make. Really
That a way to stay focused, that concentration and poised to just get comfortable and get that disc out. Nicely done. Ricky Wysocki walks away with a disappointing par. Let's scroll back that Zuka replay, I think, or just a regular replay of Greg Barsby. There it is. The big jumper. Little fist pump for Greg. There it is.
Staying clean, doing work in Texas.
That's all you need on it. Yeah, man. Play clean, get the birdies where they come. Don't force the issue. Slide it back up ahead. Joel Freeman on 11.
That looks too high, Philo.
High and on the left side. Never really gave it a chance. That's going way, way left. That stopped pretty quick.
It did. That was Big Germ making, I believe, a bogey putt on 9. Oh, a double bogey, unfortunately. Oh, no.
That's going to slide Big Germ back to even par level for the round.
Still in your top 10, tied for 9th right now.
Hanging on by a thread. Got to give a shout out to young Gannon Burr putting in work so far. 6 down through 13. Had an early bogey to start his round, a few pars, and then a bunch of birdies. 7 birdies since. And he's up on 14 in the fairway, or excuse me, off the fairway.
And that was a bad miss for Keith. That's too close.
Unfortunate short putt miss for Emerson Keith. He was also kind of just hanging on.
Dickerson putting for par.
Chris Dickerson also at that conversation, tied for 9th, sitting at the -13.
Yep. That was a double bogey for Keith. That was Antela with a par.
Antela. Hopefully my Finnish friends are going to be like, thanks for getting me in, man. I did one right. I spent a lot of time over there, man.
I know you have, man. Yeah.
It's a beautiful country.
That's how you get all those cool stories.
So much fun over there. All the summers we spent over in Finland, Greg Barsby and I, and all the friends and connections that he had before I even got the opportunity to go over there. I mean, so much fun.
Was it
what a wonderful
high energy
culture.
tour? Was that
yeah, high energy tour. That was a part of it. I mean, that was Nico, Greg, and I. That was the first time actually that I got offered a pretty hefty load of clinic work, and I was like, that's too much to handle on my own. I asked Greg and Nico to come help me out, and then that's how the high energy tour got started. When Greg and I took a lap around about 10 or 12 countries the next summer, and yeah, it was just that was one of the best experiences of my disc golf career.
Awesome.
Just a summer in Europe, coaching, teaching, being an ambassador to the sport. It was so much fun. So many great stories.
It's fun watching people improve. And
absolutely. He and I hardly had a full night's sleep in 6 weeks. It was crazy. They kept us busy.
Barsby on 9, Scorpius. Found the alternate gap, but coming up short.
I tell you, man, Finnish is one of the hardest languages to pick up on and to speak. It is so difficult.
Yeah, it's kind of its own branch, I believe, of languages.
It's beautiful when you hear people talking, you know, in Finland. You hear them speaking their native tongue and how they roll the letters off, and you're like, man, there's a lot of letters in that word, and they just make it sound so beautiful.
Fission Photon coming from Conrad. Finds himself 4 off the pace.
What, baby?
Full send.
Oh, what about a hit?
He caught left-hand side of gap, it appears.
Yeah, he did. Batted him down in a quickness. Hopefully he's still in the fairway for James Conrad.
Wysocki, your co-leader.
Well, he's hunted them down. It's 4 strokes back. Ricky Wysocki now all knotted up and didn't need that. Way earlier left. And
and Calvin almost aced this yesterday.
He really needs that birdie again right now.
Yeah, he does. So we'll see a destroyer again from Calvin. See if he can make the foot correction and put it in here. What a shot he threw yesterday.
Could you imagine?
Right?
Oh, they like it. What do you say, Ian?
Oh, yep. Just underturned.
Okay, just a little shorter than yesterday. Not quite far back as he was yesterday. He was some 50 feet away. That's looking more like a 45-footer just outside circle 1.
Over to Corey Ellis putting for birdie.
The man can putt. The man can putt.
Is that hole 11? I think so. Wow.
Let's take a peek.
Hey, you mentioned it, Philo. Gannon Burr on fire lately. Wow.
Corey Ellis is in the basket on hole 11, 38 feet. There you go.
Yeah.
There's one other name that I saw that I really wanted to give a shout out to. Young John Willis. He's that Tyler, Texas kid I was telling you about. He got it to the house at -10 today. Way to finish out your tournament, buddy. 41 strokes up the leaderboard. Hometown favorite. Hometown local guy. Putting in work. And I've been seeing that kid everywhere for the last couple of seasons. And he's, you know, he's trying to figure it out. He's paying his dues.
Cool.
Ricky Wysocki with the second shot. And it's side door.
Okay, it's not great.
It's not great, but hey, that's an opportunity.
Yeah.
Circle's edge putt for Ricky Wysocki coming up.
Advantage Calvin, who has a circle 2 birdie look. Your leaders making their way up the hill of 9. Matty O with a nice 5 down today. Moving into your top 20. Here is Dickerson over on 10.
That's nasty.
Hanging that thing well out on the right side.
Germ says that's nasty.
And nasty it is. Deep inside circle 1 for Chris Dickerson. Routine birdie putt coming up.
Conrad on 9.
He's got a swing, so he's got a chance. Didn't get punished, getting tied up in those trees on the left side.
Envy for Conrad.
Yep. That'll work.
Oh, that was really nice.
He's got some of the best touch in the game, Ian.
He does.
Someone's up on your right.
Over to 12 and Joel Freeman. This is the albatross-shaped drive.
Yeah,
Philo
Joel.
albatross specifically. And we are told that got the circle 1.
Joel Freeman keeps making his charge, trying to find himself on that podium.
Carded pars on 10 and 11. He's got a chance on 12. Barsby. See if he can manufacture a look at this. Ooh. Not great.
He's got a line. You can throw that little sidearm, little hyzer pop up and slide that thing from left or right to left rather.
Back to that trusty Rhino.
A little bit too much maybe, but close enough for a tap in.
Yeah.
Had the right idea.
It's a lovely thing about those Barsby bids. They're always just so close, even when they miss.
He's another one of those guys who has exceptional touch, especially in the short range, you know, kind of putter, upshot, mid-range, upshot kind of game. Just extremely savvy with the touch around the greens. So nice to watch. I learned actually a lot playing with Greg Barsby for a couple of seasons, especially about my sidearm game, you know. I mean, I don't have a lot of speed, but I sure did learn learn a lot about creating angles, and he's one of the best I've ever seen do it.
You are looking at Calvin Heimberg, a chance to regain solo lead with a birdie make on hole 9.
Once again, Vinny from range, big putt.
That putter is rising all weekend to the occasion. This is incredible stuff.
So fun to watch. Vinny just lethal from circle 2 this week.
It's giving me flashbacks to Burr at Vegas, man.
No doubt.
Now Wysocki to say par.
Clutch putt from Rick.
That was a good make.
Absolutely needed that putt, Ricky Wysocki, to keep things knotted up.
Got a little UDIS scoring blemish that's marked as a birdie. It will change to
par.
par.
Yeah, so it's 23-22 advantage Heimberg.
Yeah, we'll get that corrected shortly. Conrad and Barsby sneak out of 9 with pars as well. But Calvin with the exceptional birdie again regains the lead. A straight up clinic, Philo.
Putting out of his brain this weekend, Calvin, from all different types of lies, all different kinds of situations. Boom, all over the place. Vinny in the hard on one to get things rolling. Up the hill, a little bit of wind blowing against the grain for him. This monster just moments ago on 7. Scoops it in off the tray, up and into the chains. Huge moment.
Delight of the crowd.
And this putt right here from some 50 feet. Another big birdie bomb from Vinny on hole 9. He needs every last one of these putts trying to fend off that 5-time Texas State champion.
Coming at him, man.
Ricky Wysocki has been up in his grill all day, and Vinny keeps responding. You got to wonder how many more of those does Vinny have in the tank, huh?
All of them, it feels like. But
it seems like it. I mean, we're at the halfway mark. They're about to make the turn to the back 9. Vinny has been fending off Ricky Wysocki all day.
Wow,
here we go. The chess match continues, and all of a sudden, Greg Barsby and Well, Greg Barsby is the only other guy who's really in striking distance. 3 sticks back.
Here are our Paragon notable statistics for Calvin Heimberg today. 60% birdie rate, leading the charge there.
Well, almost first in all categories. Stroke gained off the tee and to the green. Calvin, big advantage. Obviously, those big bombs being dropped, and big shout out. Thanks again to Paragon.
Over to 13, I believe, 12, excuse me, and Macbeth for par.
That's a long way to putt for par. Yeah. Oh, wow, Macbeth.
Oh my goodness.
Well, he's not quitting. A bit of a checkered scorecard there for Macbeth. Definitely going the wrong direction from what we were hoping to see out of Mr. Macbeth this weekend, but still fighting.
Yep, just one over par on the round today.
Yeah, that's definitely not the number he was looking for.
Yeah.
I'm sure he would have liked to at least put up a good fight and get himself into that top 5 conversation. Definitely, obviously, we all know he has the game for it, but you know, sometimes
we were here day 1 when he threw a 12 on us.
Yeah, I mean, Barsby was saying that seems like a nearly impossible number to get to, and of course, the guy that can do just about anything, Paul Macbeth, just says, "Ha, I got you, Mr. Barsby. I can beat your He-Man par." And since then, nothing doing for Macbeth. It's just been a rocky ride these last 2 rounds.
Hard to stay perfect.
It's tough, man. It's a tough game. Tough track.
Our leaders are on the tee of 12, but milling around, so we're going to swing over to 12 and check out a Joel Freeman putt. Yeah, this is a birdie look for Freeman.
Freeman's about 7 paces off the target. Yep. Joel Freeman doing work. Back on the 3rd card. 5 birdies in his last 7 holes, trying to make a late charge here on Sunday.
6 down through 12. Over to 10. Calvin Heimberg. Eagle for Calvin. Calvin thinks he turned it a little too much.
Yeah, didn't have enough air under to make that, get that, you know, stable edge and get that skip down the hill. Unfortunately, Calvin's going to have a circle 2 putt. Death putt 2, putting right at OB.
Barsby. He grabbed the boss.
There gets that stable edge skip, and Greg Barsby deep in circle 1, probably about 6-7 paces off the basket.
I mean, Barsby's going to move within a couple of Calvin now.
I was about to say the same thing. He just keeps hanging around. It's been a quiet day for Greg, slow and steady. That little hat trick 6, 7, and 8 to get things to interesting.
We've got a Neutron Terra for James Conrad. Getting a live look from the drone cam at this one.
James turns his back on it. Hard to say.
Ricky Wysocki managed to grab a stroke on Calvin Heimberg. Rick going with his felon.
That's good. Ooh. I'm not sure what he was worried about. That looked perfect out of his hand.
Rick is the master of high expectations.
Incredible. I mean, that was almost an ace, man, and he's talking about it like that was going to be 50 feet off.
Over 211 and Emerson Keith. turn.
Oh, it's happening. It's hanging out there, hanging out there. Okay. Somewhere out there in circle 1 range for Emerson Keith.
Yeah.
There it is, yeah.
Nice shot.
8 meters off.
Your leaders and gallery making their way down the fairway of 10. Rick parked. Calvin, anything but
50
parked.
foot at least. 45 to 50 footer for Calvin. Death putt coming up. Greg Barsby inside circle 1, so probably keep that 2 strokes off of Ricky, but getting that 1 back on Calvin would be huge. Just
looks like James grabbed one of these guardian trees. So it's going to be his second.
Yeah,
coming up.
That's why he turned his back on it so quick. He was not thrilled with that effort. James Conrad just a layup here to get up and down. Highly doubt he'll get super aggressive on a play like this with OB just behind.
Yeah, no business. No need.
Kind of a soft, safe bid from Conrad, but safely into the sand inside the bullseye.
Kind of a little Barsby style stall knifing shot. Give yourself a chance. Make sure you keep it safe as well. Here is Heimberg. They're calling this fairway, Philo. So it must be outside all circles. To maintain a 1-stroke lead.
Good effort from Calvin. It was online about 90% of the way. The last 3 feet or so, just a big hard left turn and probably erring on the side of safety, making sure that that putter stays safe, but coming up a bit short. Ricky Wysocki is going to knot things up here again.
The lead is flying all over the place right now. He's flip-flopping and taking turns. Love it. Barsby for birdie. Greg within 2. 8 to play.
Greg's got to be super stoked with how he's playing this week.
Definitely.
Had a rough start to his season, you know, not a whole lot of things really going his way. Twisted up his ankle a couple of weeks in Waco, took the week off in Belton. But, you know, Greg is one of those guys that once he gets his mind set on what he's getting ready to do, he does really well. Sometimes he kind of gets lost in all the other things there are to do as being a professional disc golfer, you know what I mean? It's not just showing up and playing. We're all running, a lot of us are running like our own small business. And there's so many wheels spinning, but when Greg gets his head wrapped around a course, man, that guy can shoot.
13, Joel Freeman taking the big boy route. Going up top. And as mental as disc golf is, there's really something to be said for having a really strong mental attitude about something. You know, and making it, just willing yourself to achieve it.
There's not many guys that can do it on a weekly basis, Ian. There's just a few, honestly, when you're talking about high level, the guys you expect and see winning every week. There's really not too many of them.
Keith, I believe that's a nice birdie on 11. Yes, it is.
And that's like over the, like any sport, any time frame, there's never going to be a lot of guys doing the same thing because it's just, that's just not how sports go. You know, there's only going to be a few guys that can play at that super high elite level and sustain and maintain that. And the rest of us are just trying to keep up, honestly. I mean, think about it, man. Like, how many Michael Jordans were there when Michael Jordan was in his prime, you know? You can't think of many other guys that were on that level of skill and ability. You know, I really feel that about sports.
It's rarefied air at the top.
It's a rare find.
This is 11, and this is a big par 3. 460 odd feet is it? Barsby with a Scorpius. This is his flippier one.
Allows that disc to open up and push out to the right and late left turn. And Greg Barsby right inside circle 1, looking pretty good.
Beautiful. Another opportunity to grab a stroke.
Throwing him good today.
Putting him really well as well.
He's been online, if not in, for sure.
Barsby has grabbed 4 of the last 5. One of your co-leaders, Ricky Wysocki.
Lower, tighter line out of Ricky Wysocki, a little bit more speed, using the big flare skip, and right inside of Greg Barsby for birdie.
Pressure now firmly on Calvin with the Halo Destroyer.
Calvin one-ups the group. Absolutely obliterates the drive. Perfect from Calvin.
Man, he can move a disc.
Those new Calvin Heimberg Halo Destroyers just dropped, and that's exactly what the man's throwing. Check him out on the Innova Factory store, or your retailer nearest you. Support that band right there, Calvin Heimberg.
Efficient Photon coming from the long man, James Conrad.
A little early on the ground play for James Conrad, a bit lengthier of a putt.
We're going to take a rolling back as a replay even of this Calvin Heimberg smush.
Low, tight smash over stable drive, drags it out to the right just a little bit, and only one way to go, left. Perfect finishing skip.
Got stable.
Calvin Heimberg keeping pace with Ricky Wysocki.
Perfect time. Joel Freeman, his second on 13. Firebird approach for Joel.
Holy smokes, I threw that way too hard.
He's not sure if he likes it or not.
But UDisc is telling me he is putting for birdie from circle 1.
He'll like it when he gets up there.
There you go. Over to Emerson Keith on 12.
That looks much better than what he did yesterday. Indeed, deep inside circle 1, Emerson Keith hunting down a birdie.
Beautifully done. There are your scores. We are not at the top. Ricky and Calvin.
Another beautiful day out here in Texas, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
gorgeous day.
Man. A nice reprieve after Waco.
Oh, no doubt. And Belton. Belton with both the wind tunnels, and dudes were struggling to keep it under control out there. But over here in Tyler, Texas, just a couple hours off to the east and to the north, things are a bit calmer, and the guys are shooting some numbers.
I remember watching hole 15, is it, at Waco?
Oh,
that ridiculous par 3 into the headwind.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my!
That had been a par 4 forever, and all of a sudden you show up and it's just like,
it's a 40-mile-an-hour headwind.
558 feet up the hill. Come on.
Good luck keeping it in bounds.
It was tough, man.
It was almost comedic.
I bogeyed that hole every time, and I landed safe once, and I still made bogey.
Oh my goodness!
Such a tough shot.
Conrad from Conrad Country, eyeing down a birdie. He's due for one of these, Philo.
Yeah, he is. Conrad yet to connect from deep today. Once again, slides it off the right side.
He's on the metal all day, but just left and right inches.
Yeah, the disc just isn't hooking up quite as fast as he was anticipating, and 2 of those putts here in the middle of this round just not quite connecting with the center.
Looking like Conrad will drop a stroke to the rest of the lead card, as they are all in position for birdie.
Joel Freeman just slid up right up with James Conrad now, actually just surpassed him.
That birdie on 13. Calvin Heimberg for birdie. Most likely needs this to maintain a share of the lead.
Bake that pizza, Vinny. Another solid putt inside circle 1.
And he will, at worst, maintain a share of the lead as he heads to 12. Ricky Wysocki for that share of the lead.
Just does dive over the rim of the basket for Wysocki. It's in there. Birdie.
Next up, Barsby CTP. All these big arms on the card.
Greg
Barsby's
throws
a
it just
big arm
plenty
too,
far.
isn't
It's
he?
not super huge. I mean, he doesn't have a huge arm, but he throws it far enough.
He does. This is for Birdie and to move back to just 2 back of the leaders.
Pair on the left side for Greg, but good.
You get all 3 days?
Scared it. But he is
6
in.
down through 11 for Greg Barsby.
And we talked about Joel Freeman. Oh, so excuse me. We have James Conrad par attempt before. Yeah, no problem, Conrad. Here is that birdie putt for Freeman. It's a little bit high on the hill.
Yeah, Joel.
And another bird for the Freeman.
Oh, Freeman putting together around that early bogey. Seems to not be affecting him. He's just killing it.
Well erased by now. A couple moments ago on 12, Big Germ flexing it through the gap. Oh, starting to hook up on time. Oh, Germ. And no surprise, Germ dropped in that birdie for a great one on 12. Let's fly this 12. It's kind of a later small gap, Philo.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's a similar shape to the old albatross throw, right? A big, high left to right kind of swoop. You know, you're trying to get that late fade at the end. Obviously, it's all on the same grade, so there's no downhill at the end and no uphill. It's just all level ground. So these guys are trying to. There seems to be plenty of space on the right side, right? So these guys are kind of keeping it low, driving it through the gap, pushing it out to the right, and getting that late fade and skip in towards the green. Beautiful design. Love the shape of a shot like this. A lot of fun to throw.
Yeah. Those multi-angle shots are.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's nice to be able to throw a nice flex shot out there. I mean, most of these guys have enough speed to kind of keep it on the lower, tighter line. Most of the field, I'm sure they got to get it up in the air and kind of play for that slow ante out the gate and then get that late fade.
Barsby has taken the tee. A disc change here for Barsby. Went Scorpius yesterday, discing to a Boss now. That's right on edge of circle 2.
A solid effort.
Yeah. 65-footer coming for Barsby. Wysocki.
Cheering on Ricky Wysocki's drive deep inside circle 1 once again. Another tap in putt coming for Wysocki.
Beautiful.
Pressure back on Calvin Heimberg.
Believing this to be a Draco for Calvin.
So good.
Somebody's
so good.
closer. Wow. These guys are incredible, Philo.
No doubt about it.
Incredible. Conrad on the tee of 12. He has thrown a neutron panic.
Guys, while we're watching the tee shots here on 12, I just want us to think ahead a little bit about how this hole parallels 18. So the tailwind that we're feeling here on 12 will be a headwind on the final hole.
Oh, thanks for the note, Terry. Oh, great drive from James Conrad. We will have 4 birdie looks coming up. Over to 13, and Big Germ, this has been a thumber all week. Going back to it. Go Firebird, I believe.
Well executed shot from Big Germ. Almost up to the plateau of the hill. Should be a routine up and down birdie for Big Germ.
Big Germ's arm is silly impressive. Freeman.
This has been one of the tougher par threes as well, and Freeman seems to have hit a tree. Green flag, but no birdie.
Yeah. Hopefully he's not too deep in that left tree. It can cause trouble. If you want to watch Joel and Germ all year long, hey, tons of disc golf coming your way on the Disc Golf Network.
Lots of events coming your way in the next 5 weeks. Music City Open, we saw Mason Ford, who put on a clinic earlier today, take that one down. The Open down in Tallahassee, obviously that PDGA Champions Cup coming up over from Appling, Georgia. Jonesboro Dynamic Disc, all heavy hitters coming your way in the coming month or so in a week. Make sure you tune in, get your subscriptions, holler at your friends, get them to sign up and sign on too. All the eyes we can get on the DGN, the better.
If you're tuned in on YouTube today, consider giving us a subscribe on the Disc Golf Network. It's nice. Close to like 6 to 8 hours a day, man, of coverage when tournaments are kicking off too.
No doubt. They feel kind of boring when the season's over. Like there's like nothing going on, no live disc golf, nothing to watch, nothing to talk about. It was a quiet winter, man.
Fridays at work were way boring
compared to
such a the alternative.
Winter. It was like, it was the first winter I really took off in forever, maybe in ever.
Yeah, you've been going overseas, hadn't you?
Usually I stay pretty busy. Yeah, I hit the Thailand trip. Greg Barsby, Circle 2, deep birdie bid.
Gotta need this to stay 2 back.
Dropping the hammer, Greg Barsby from distance once again.
This guy is unbelievable.
When he's feeling it, he's lethal. Hanging around. Never know, man. You just never know. One stroke back. Quiet but efficient all weekend long. Greg Barsby.
Conrad leaked a little bit into the woods, but still a very makeable birdie putt.
Conrad slides it in, makes good. Big birdie putt.
And Wysocki for birdie. He is now your solo leader for about 10 seconds. Before Calvin rejoins him. They both sit at 25 now, 2 clear of Greg.
Magic number, huh?
Yeah, they did the 25 thing, huh?
They got there. Protect these two.
Are the bodyguards coming?
Let's take another look. Roll back that Zucker replay. Greg Barsby posting it up about 10 feet in the air, dropping the hammer into the heart of the chains. Listen to that crowd cheering on Greg Barsby, the transplant from Northern California over here to Central and Northern Texas. Bang.
I will never get tired of watching that fight, though. I can watch that putt 100 times.
Nice little highlight reel putt there from the man.
He is firmly, I mean, it's kind of coming down to 3. I mean, you can
And
make a case
then
for
there
Conrad.
were 3, right? I mean, that's where we are at this stage of the game.
I think so.
I don't think James Conrad or Joel Freeman have really got the momentum or enough holes to play to really make any difference at this point. Greg Barsby is one mistake away from being right there. One mistake away.
Here is Joel Freeman. Long birdie look.
Never had a chance, Joel Freeman.
Nah, he was just playing for par there.
Laying that up wisely. Take your par, move on.
Yep. The drive is where the wheels came off on that one, so you might as well not push it, right?
Yeah, that's the smart thing. I mean, there's some guys that will push the limits. You know, I'm not sure if Joel Freeman is one of those guys who really needs to at this stage of the round. He's had a really solid, showing today. Had that bogey early on hole 3, and since then, just a whole bunch of blue and white. You know, 7 down through 14. He's bumped himself up 4 spots on the leaderboard into tied for 4th with James Conrad. Just play it smart. Bring it into the house strong. Don't give anything back to the course unnecessarily.
Well put.
You know, got to think of the difference between the situation where Joel Freeman is and where Calvin Heimberg is. Like, Calvin has to stay the course and stay pace with Ricky Wysocki. Has to keep pushing the boundaries. Has to keep pushing the limits. Joel Freeman doesn't need to do that at this stage of the game. He's in a really nice spot, has earned himself a nice position on the leaderboard.
Just get as much
Maintain.
money and as many tour points as you can, right?
Maintain, yeah. Don't be foolish.
Your co-leaders, Ricky Wysocki and Calvin Heimberg, hanging out on the tee of 13. Should be game time. Terry, are they clear to go? Looks like the chase card's gone.
Yeah, guys, the chase card is literally just walking off of the green. They're going to move over to the next hole, so we should be green light here on 13.
Cool.
Tell you what, those squatch bags have made a big splash on the disc golf scene, haven't they, in the last 4 or 5 months? A lot of these touring pros scooping them up.
You rocking one?
I am, man. They are super comfortable. Nice. I saw those guys out at Maple Hill last fall, man, and I saw this cool-looking bag sitting on a table. I was like, hey, fellas, let me try that on for a second. Stuffed all of my stuff in there. Instantly was like, this is my bag. I like this. This feels great. Has an awesome little cell phone pouch on the side, a little koozie cooler on the side, can carry a few cool drinks, big water bottle carrier on the other side. Stuff all my stuff in there, no problem. Such an awesome bag. The new Legend's coming out soon. Be sure to grab one.
Barsby is on the tee of 13 with Ace Scorpius. I like this forehand play, Philo.
Smart play from Greg. No need to throw the backhand when you got plenty of sidearm speed to navigate that. Let that sidearm shape and contour to the side of the hill there. Nicely done.
Calvin Heimberg. Destroyer. This is Calvin's champion destroyer. Oh, gosh, that was Ricky. Excuse me.
Ricky opting for the high route. Seeing him do that the last 2 rounds. Big up and over. Way up on top.
Goodness,
excellent
Rick.
shot from Ricky.
Huge shot.
Huge.
Here is a destroyer from Calvin. Little early, but still beat the gap.
It did, and thankfully that did, because Calvin would have been in a world of hurt if he would have hit one of those early ones.
Yep.
Fires it up the hill in position to make birdie 3. James Conrad on the box.
Going back to that photon. Full send. Looking great. That's right where you want it. Center fairway, in position for that second shot turnover. We have Big Germ on 14 for you. Looks like it's leaking a little left. Out in circle 2, most likely.
Yeah, hole 14 still playing very, very stingy this weekend. Only 11% birdie rate today. Almost nobody's been inside circle 1. Been a tough get all weekend.
Big Germ still in your top 10 at 8th right now. Dickerson. 1 back of Big Germ. That tie for 9th.
Dickerson buzzing the tower on the left side a bit, but
how about that?
Way deep with the downhill grade on the green. Got Freeman's second shot on the 15th. Pretty much the carbon copy of hole 13 up onto the hill. Slow right turn. Seems like he out through the basket just a hair, but still inside circle 1. Loving these aerials here from our drone footage. DGN coming up with new and creative ways for you to get all the cool shots here in live disc golf.
Perspective is great on some of these holes.
It certainly is.
You can really just learn a ton. So that is 13 you're looking at right now as your leaders make their way up the fairway. Man, advantage Rick after those tee shots. That was massive.
Big, big air shot from Rick climbing the hill. Perfect position. Should be a fairly routine up and down. Collect another birdie, head on over to 14, the super stingy par 3 down the grade.
Conrad going to the Cosmic Envy for his second.
That worked out nicely for James Conrad. Inside circle 1, just a step or 2 off the bullseye marks.
Very nicely done.
Birdie putt coming up.
Barsby looks to be next to act on 13.
You know, I wouldn't actually be surprised to see Greg try to push the envelope on a couple of plays here. He's got a nice little cushion on James Conrad, and he's kind of got nothing to lose if he wants to go after this W.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Star Croc here for Barsby.
Well inside the bullseye for Greg Barsby. Perfectly executed little sidearm flick up and around the corner.
It's lovely.
Tap in birdie. It's going to move him to 8 under for the round.
Taking a little stress off the putter for a hole.
Yeah, he is outplaying these two leaders right now. Those guys are at 6 and 4 respectively. Greg Barsby 7 down through the round, bogey free.
Hey.
Clean living.
Heimberg, his second on 13.
Little bit of a flare skip, but stays inside circle 1. Call that about 6-7 paces off the basket. A little bit of work left for Vinny, but should be comfortable.
Over to 15 and Freeman for birdie.
Freeman.
That's a birdie on 15 as well, so he's at 20 down now.
Incredible performance by Joel Freeman here on Championship Sunday.
Yeah.
Tyler, Texas, really putting in work.
And that was Ricky Wysocki's approach, ensuring a birdie. So a little bit of pressure on the Calvin putter to maintain a share of the lead. He's up right around circle's edge, a little inside. And Emerson Keith ripping off a ton of birdies today, but unfortunately has 2 doubles in addition to all those birds. That's 7 birdies for Keith.
Not great.
Heimberg lining up the birdie putts. Heimberg finds the band.
Yeah, just a hair high for Calvin Heimberg. I thought that was going to drop. Maybe just a hair on the outside, a little bit of a deflection off the band, and door ajar for Ricky Wysocki here to take the outright.
About to walk through with this birdie. There it is.
After 2 rounds and a third, Ricky Wysocki is back in the driver's seat at another Texas State Championship.
It took a minute, but he got there.
Unbelievable.
This is Conrad for his birdie. Conrad also gets 20 under par, tying Freeman. Barsby 24 and 2 back of Ricky, 1 back of Calvin, your solo leader, Ricky Wysocki, trying to repeat what he did last year. Taking down his 5th Texas State Championships title belt. This is on that Dogwood course, and it was tight, but it didn't seem like it to Ricky.
Look at the difference, all that green to how it is
Oh, yeah,
now,
huh?
just barren and brown. Completely different looking course when the leaves are or the trees are in full bloom, and Ricky Wysocki just filleting the tightest holes on the track over and over again. Dropping big putts as he normally does, getting some Raptor legs fired up. Just the touch and the pace on these shots are just exceptional.
Yeah.
Really feeling the flow.
This match on 18, huge uphill drive.
You got the flare skip, bounce it off the koozie, tap that in, walk out of there with another belt. Ricky Wysocki. Pretty dominant out here in Texas, man. Pretty dominant.
That's the 5 times he's played the event. And all on different tracks.
That's the most impressive thing about it to me. It's easy to get comfortable at one course and to build some confidence and have really good vibes and feels from one year to the next, you know, but to do it on different tracks and to have a new challenge and different adversities every time, I mean, that's a tough thing to do, to just kind of own a tournament like that, that moves, especially one that moves. Now he's back in the driver's seat. He's just got 5 holes left to play. He's trying to fend off really strong competitor in Calvin Heimberg, and also a co-world champion in Greg Barsby, just a couple of short sticks behind him. One mistake is all it takes for things to turn around out here for Greg Barsby, so no quitting for Greg, but right now Ricky Wysocki right where he wants to be.
Yep, 5 to play, 1 ahead.
It's definitely felt like a match play kind of feel between Calvin and Ricky for the last, I don't know, 7 or 8 holes or so. They've just been going mano a mano back and forth, but now with Greg in the background, that just adds a little bit more texture to the situation.
That it does. We are on the tee of 14 with our leaders.
Very rarely birdied hole here, so picking up a stroke on this hole is definitely going to pay dividends for one of those 3 players.
We've seen bogey a lot more often than we've seen birdie.
Absolutely. Very, very stingy hole here, par 3. Excuse me, this 426 par 3, hole 14.
Gallery in Texas checking out the action, excuse me.
I know who else is watching. My boys over at Ideal Discs over in Fort Worth, right next door to North Park. Those guys are tuned in to every Disc Golf Pro Tour event. Got the live feed brewing in the shop, hanging out. All the customers coming in. I think tonight they got a live auction too. Those are a lot of fun, man.
Yeah.
So much fun. You ever watch a live auction go down?
I don't think so, man.
It's pretty cool, man. Hop over on Facebook. Check them out, man.
Yeah.
IdealDisc.com or Ideal Disc Shop over in Fort Worth, Texas. Really fun thing to be a part of, man. They always have cool discs from, you know, the touring pros passing through.
Okay.
Huge inventory.
And Terry, it is sounding really windy on 14. What's the direction and what are they worried about here?
Yeah, guys, they definitely are dealing with a headwind that they're trying to throw down this hill, so you really have to control the height that you want to put on the disc. But it is a headwind coming up the hill at them.
Gotcha. Barsby playing that headwind beautifully. He's going to have a circle 2. Look for birdie.
That was a fantastic shot in the headwind.
Wysocki's throwing something really slow. It's a mid if it's not even a harp.
Sounds good, Rick.
Oh, he's on the right line. Let's see if he's got enough carry to get down there. Oh, yeah. Ricky Wysocki right around circle's edge. Great shot over there by Greg Barsby off to the left side of the green.
I saw Calvin grab his Halo Destroyer, but before that we have James Conrad going with his Volt.
Ninja branched once again.
Looked like it had a great line on it too.
That looked like, I bet you that's the tree that's making this hole so hard to score a 2 on. He's got to stay so straight for so long, and he's pushing the edge of that boundary on the right side.
Excuse me, Calvin going with.
That's definitely not a Draco the way that he threw that.
No, it was an eagle.
And he's also catching a tree and getting kicked down short, so advantage back to Ricky Wysocki.
Yeah.
Rick's right around circle's edge on the left side. Going to have a little wind to contend with on this elevated basket, but definitely advantage to Rick and opportunity to stretch it to 2.
Yeah, let's fly this hole, and we'll get to kind of look at those kind of 2 guardian trees, the big green one and the invisible one.
Yeah, it's the invisible one that's really killing everybody's day. You know and can see this big tree right in the middle.
Yeah.
I think it's this, yeah.
Oh,
Let's take a look. Not the longest par 3, just 423 or so, 130 meters down the hill. It shouldn't feel like that far for sure with the downhill grade, but there's this one tree. This is the gap right here these guys are trying to hit. This barren tree on the right seems to be the one that's ruining everybody's day. You got to keep that disc real skinny coming down this corridor, and those branches, you can't see them when you're up on the tee pad so clearly. Really taking away the opportunities for guys to make birdie.
Yeah, we've seen a couple people try to beat that tree on the right, and
Try
they
to
end up
go
going
away,
OB.
Yeah. Or it's so hard, there's not a lot of height off the tee, so these guys can't really get the disc up and over those trees from the jump. You know, it's kind of like throwing one of those stall shots or something.
Really nice approach there from Heimberg. Will at least salvage the par. Over to 16 and Joel Freeman. It's going to be his second.
Asking it to get over to the right. It's trying to fade away to the left. A couple extra feet on the putt for Joel Freeman. Another birdie opportunity.
Conrad.
What a bid from James Conrad off the fairways. So that was probably in the 80, 90 foot range himself. Nearly snagging some chains.
Crazy good effort.
He's still trying to fight off Joel Freeman, who's a couple of holes out in front of him. You know, Joel's got a solid round, 8 down through 15, and definitely wants to keep those points. 4th place, James Conrad.
Ricky Wysocki, he's in circle 2, putting for birdie. To grab another stroke on Calvin.
Big moment for Rick.
This will be a 2-stroke cushion with 4 to play.
How many times, Ian, has he like started to run these discs down and then just...
That's the thing with Ricky's putt, is it's always on line the entire way, right? So it looks like it's going in until it either comes up short or
95% of his putts are on line. Every once in a while he'll push the line, but I mean, that's so rare for Rick. Let's see if Greg can drop another hammer. This has some implications here as well. This could make it a 1-stick game for him on Ricky.
This is to tie Calvin in second.
Guys, remember, we've seen some fireworks by Barsby on this hole the previous 2 rounds.
That's right, Terry. You hit a big one on this one yesterday.
That one was pushed off to the right. A little bit too much respect on that putt from Greg Barsby. Swings it wide, and he's going to have a par putt upcoming.
He is.
Yeah, a lot of fireworks the previous 2 rounds. Good call on that, Terry Miller, but unfortunately today coming up empty-handed.
So now a little bit of meat left on the par comeback
he does.
putt.
That is just a step and a half or so inside circle 1, it looked like.
Agreed.
Looks like Barsby's going to that KC AVR.
Yep.
Solid putt to get up and down, maintain.
Par saved by the world champion.
That's the next best thing when you airmail a putt like that. Come back and bang it right in the heart.
Greg will stay 2 back of Ricky Wysocki, 1 back of Calvin Heimberg. Conrad par. Heimberg par. And Ricky.
Couple of missed opportunities here on 14, huh? One for Ricky Wysocki, one for Greg Barsby. It's just staying interesting. We'll take a look at this Rick putt.
Started to run it.
About to fire off some Raptor legs, and not so fast, Ricky. Let's pull that back. It's been like that all weekend, it seems like, for Ricky. I think maybe 1 out of 10 he's got to run down this weekend, and kind of dejected reaction there from Ricky, but still in the driver's seat.
This is Joel Freeman putting for birdie. Hole 16. Finished just short and left.
Joe Freeman inside circle 1. He knows he let one get away there.
That's a must get for the division.
Got to knock in the circle 1 putt. It's unobstructed, wide open, nothing going on. Maybe a little distraction with the road going on back there, but unfortunately a miss and drop putt there for Joel Freeman. He's putting 86% inside circle 1, so it's not like he's having a bad day. Nothing doing from circle 2, but 87% fairway, 86% on the green. That's solid shooting, 8 under.
Absolutely.
Good recipe right there for low scores.
Our leaders have reached the tee of 15. Barsby has it first. Forehand Scorpius.
Probably good.
Not getting to the plateau. Close, it really looked like.
Well, less than 10 feet separate hole 13 and 15. Yeah. Pretty much carbon copy.
Terry, you got an idea where Greg landed?
Yeah, as you said, just short of the platform. He's going to be unobstructed. I'm thinking we're going to see a forehand from Barsby.
Ricky Wysocki onto the plateau nicely. That's in birdie position off the tee. Conrad. James grabbed a volt. And basically on the plateau. Heimberg. Eagle coming from Calvin.
Perfect shot out of Vinny right down the middle of the fairway.
And we are going to take a quick break on the Disc Golf Network while they make their way up the fairway. We're back for some upshots on 15.
We are dedicated to the game. Developing technology and providing data that helps you take the next step. Whether it's your next training session, league night, or major. Because we believe the best way to grow the sport is to push the sport. And the best way to do that is together. We're focused on the future to make that happen.
A round of disc golf in the winter. You grab a warm jacket, your favorite discs, and a shovel. You march your way to the first hole and clean off a perfect tee pad. Line up your shot and let it rip. Europe's #1 disc golf shop is coming to the United States.
A live look down at your leaders from the drone cam. Barsby looks to be first to act. Terry called for a forehand, and he's got to be right.
Yeah, I imagine from that position going to be really hard to shape some kind of a backhand action without stepping out and making things awkward.
And you got
or
patent
pending, yeah, so Barsby very, very solid with the sidearm play. It's definitely the right shape for the shot.
Barsby needs to catch them all. He's back 2 with 4 to play.
Looking like the right shot to me. And
oh yeah, that's circle's edge.
Ooh, okay, he's in the neighborhood. Opportunity there for Greg Barsby.
And the putter has not hit the floor often for Barsby.
Not too many times. He's had a couple here and there, but in the last 8 or 10 holes, things have been real sharp for Greg.
I mean, I want to say his C1X might be 100 today.
C1X is 100 for Greg Barsby.
Cool.
40% from C2, 80% off the fairway, so on the fairway. Not off the fairway, but 83%. Solid numbers.
Draco for Calvin's second shot.
Calvin doesn't like that at all. Hair short, but inside circle one, opportunity.
Yeah, he should birdie from there.
I think the number or the stat that's most important on Greg Barsby's day is bogey free.
It's impressive.
That's what's given him this opportunity to get back into the mix. Yes, he's making birdies, but he hasn't given any back.
Yeah, 7 of the last 9. Greg has snagged a birdie. You are looking at Conrad. He has an envy. Holy shot shape.
That looks spot on from James Conrad. Bounce it off the bottom of the basket.
Not quite as good as the holy shot, but no, without going in, it's about as good as he could do.
He's got that shot dialed, man.
Yeah.
Anytime the disc needs to go left to right or straight.
Yeah, as long as he's got
automatic.
airspace.
Automatic.
Yeah. Here is Ricky Wysocki. 208 to the pin, thanks to our friends at Bushnell Discs.
Just a nice solid layup here for Rick. Get himself inside circle one. Keep making these birdies on the way in, and should be all good.
Thank you, Bushnell. Providing the edge rangefinder for today's coverage. Just a great tool to have in the bag, especially when you're playing unfamiliar courses, or I lose perspective on golf courses. When I'm playing disc golf on ball golf courses, I find it a huge help there.
Any course you go to, the more options you have, the better off you are.
More information you got, right?
Absolutely. Joel Freeman up ahead, trying to charge his way into that podium finish.
Get some turn. Yeah, that is fighting just in time.
Big bomb there from Joel Freeman. He's another one of those guys who can put the mush on a disc. Currently at 20 under, 8 under on his round. Just a couple of holes to go.
And he plays great in the wind, too, coming from Colorado. Really familiar with it.
Definitely put a number on Belton, I believe it was, or Waco just a couple of weeks ago, getting into that tie for 3rd place with Chris Clemens. And it was gusty and cold, and it was a really difficult weekend. And it's so impressive to see some of the names that are mixed up in that top 10, you know, from Waco with those conditions. Just not easy to do.
Barsby from Circle's Edge, absolute must make.
Cash. Little medium fist pump from Greg Barsby. It's not quite moment to get super celebratory, right? And still got a little work left to do.
Did you pick up what happened right there?
What happened?
There was clapping in the background right before he putted. And he still made the putt and looked over. That was impressive, man.
Good focus from the one-time world champ Greg Barsby.
Definitely.
Slide it over to Calvin Heimberg, who looked a little bit unhappy with that approach, but well inside circle one. It's a pizza time.
There you go, Calvin. Not a big putt, but a big putt.
For the situation, huge putt.
Wysocki to maintain the 1-stroke advantage. You've got 3 to play. Rick's holding on to that stick.
Well.
And a Conrad drop-in birdie. See if you can see what I was talking about here with Greg. I'll show you the reaction shot. See if you can hear the claps even right as he's putting.
Ready to go, ready to go, ready to go.
Hear it?
Yeah, they started to get it fired up, and then they like, oh, we got to hold that off.
Yeah. He gave him a little how do you do on the way in.
He gave him a little death glare. We saw James Conrad do that earlier when the phone went off, huh?
Yep.
It's so hard to be on your toes out here at a live event when there's so many things going on around you, and this card's right here and that card's right there, and it's like, good on the gallery for at least trying to hold it down, you know, hold it down for him.
Yeah.
Greg Barsby showing some world-class reactionary there, you know, just keeping it chill.
This disc golf is unbelievable, Philo.
Yeah,
it's so exciting, man.
It's amazing how far we've come in such a short period of time.
The days of blowouts are just gone.
We've been talking about this for a good while.
Yeah. Taking a quick break on the network while they make their way to 16. Catch you there.
I'm Garrett Girthy. People know me as Double G. I've been making Double G craft jerky since I was 16 years old.
Whether I'm at home or on the road, Double G craft jerky is the snack that I go for.
I've actually found myself eating Double G craft jerky on my long drives to the next tournament.
We all know Double G's got a big arm, but he's also got a big heart. Every bag of Double G jerky that you buy supports children's disc golf and goes to a great cause.
You can find Double G craft jerky at doublegjerky.com.
I mean, it's literally the most popular disc of all time in the history of the sport. At its core, it's one of the most important tools a player has in their bag, a dependable, straight-flying mid-range. But the legacy of the Buzz goes a lot deeper than just that.
How are you guys doing? We are in Tyler, Texas. It is getting late. It is getting tight. It's getting exciting, Philo.
Oh, it's been a close battle, man. It's the whole day. I mean, Calvin has not been comfortable, and unfortunately, he has relinquished the lead to Ricky Wysocki, who has hunted him down. Ricky Wysocki fashion, hasn't he?
He sure has.
Calvin seems to be handling it pretty well, though.
Huh? Pointed at you at all times.
Yeah, that's not nice.
That was Ricky and Art, his tour manager. We are back on the tee now. Barsby. Greg going Scorpius off the tee of 16. Piped.
Greg's looking so comfortable this week, just playing his game, really hasn't found himself in a lot of trouble, just making good shot after good shot, giving himself opportunities. Softer par 3 on the way in here. Got to make this birdie.
Something we said for sleeping in your own bed every night, huh?
That helps.
Wysocki.
Follows that vapor trail. See a big hyzer skip here for Rick. Perfect position. Perfect.
Photon coming from James Conrad. Sits one clear of Freeman currently after that birdie on 15. Solo fourth.
Solid shot out of James Conrad. One tree to kind of navigate on his way into the green, but I'm sure he'll find something that works for him.
With that Halo Destroyer.
Calvin has been put work in with that Halo Destroyer, finds himself squarely in the center of the fairway.
Hanging out with Barsby
All
and
four
Wysocki
players,
over there.
yep, got an opportunity to get up and down, collect their more than likely softest and easiest birdie on the way in.
With a clean tee shot, you gotta
make a birdie here, absolutely. All you gotta do is make it past this Mando, cruise that thing just right down in towards the middle of the fairway. It's only coming in at 639, so most of these guys are gonna bite off at least 400 feet off of the tee. We're talking a mid-range approach shot into the green, some 250 feet or less. That's got to feel pretty routine child's play for these guys at this level.
Yeah, Rick
really,
just went harp yesterday.
Yeah, there's really no danger around this basket. There's nothing really to worry about, nothing to fret over. 2 clean shots should definitely get you a birdie opportunity here on 16. A little reprieve before the 2 tough finishing holes, huh? You know,
17 and 18 are
17's been playing as the hardest hole all weekend.
Now, speaking of 17, we have Joel Freeman throwing his 3rd on that hole.
So tough to get anywhere near the basket here on 17 and 2 shots.
912-foot par 4.
That's a tall order, man. Joel Freeman wisely laying up, taking his par.
Even though it's downhill, that's a lot. There's a lot of trees to miss on the way.
Yeah, and the trees don't offer a lot of airspace for the disc to fly, so you're throwing 2 laser beams, 4+, 450. That's a tall order, man. Not too many guys have that shot.
Looks like James Conrad will be first to act with the second shots. James busting out an NB. Scratch that. Barsby up first.
Dealer's choice here for Barsby. Can
go into that
slide a little backhand in there or the little sidearm up to him.
Star Croc.
I imagine with the wind blowing, it seems to be from his right to left. He's probably going to go with the backhand. Oh, there it goes. It's going from his left to his right. So there you go. What's he doing?
Oh.
Going sidearm using the wind. High spiking sidearm for Greg. Comes in a little bit on the shy side, but still inside circle 1. Been 100% inside circle 1, so may as well get ready to count that one too, huh?
Hey, let's do it. All right, we'll swing it back to Conrad and his NV.
The wind's going against him with that envy shot. Maybe something a hair more overstable would have hooked up a bit faster and been parked up right under the basket, but that neutral flying disc just kind of got hung up and caught up in the wind, and James is going to have some extra work for a birdie putt.
Yeah. Heimberg going to the Rhino approach. He's so good at throwing these kind of like parachute stall shots with that Rhino.
It doesn't matter what shot he throws right now, it just needs to stay close. Low, tight, little flaring skip for Calvin. There it is.
Looking pretty close, just outside bullseye.
Obviously the stability in that disc, able to fight the wind coming off of his left shoulder.
Wysocki, Harp approach for Rick. Your leader by 1 stroke.
That also pushes a little bit off to the right side. Going to have a little bit of wind working against him on that putt.
Joel Freeman for par on 17. We believe this is a par, even though you just has it marked as a bogey, so we'll keep you updated as that updates or not.
All the actions right here, though, on the lead card. You got Calvin Heimberg and Ricky Wysocki 1 stroke apart, and they both are inside circle 1. Going to keep that 1 stroke deficit. Calvin Heimberg going into the toughest hole on the course, hole 17. Opportunity for Calvin still. It's not over. 17 and 18 are 2 tough scoring holes.
Anything but, sir. Barsby setting us up with some nice finishing holes to create some scoring separation.
Yeah, and 18 is not the longest hole, but that landing area off the tees has been giving people fits.
Conrad for birdie. Grab a little cushion on Freeman. Oh, that was a little too much for James.
Yeah, he didn't even make it inside circle 1. That approach shot, which is kind of an unforced error from where he was in the fairway. Unfortunately, he's going to be snagging a par, more than likely.
Man. Seems like Calvin was the only one paying attention to where the shots were going.
James went
due to
all
the
the
wind.
way, circle's edge, circle's edge. Oof.
At least it's a tailwind putt this time.
A bit more favorable, still going to be blowing off of his right shoulder towards the left, so it's not just a neutral wind, but it should be kind of assisting his disc towards the left. Take that into account as James Conrad lines up putt for par.
It's a really nice save.
Great recovery putt from a world champion, James Conrad, salvaging par here on 16.
That feels like a bogey, though, on
16. It
16.
does on this hole. This is a gotta-get birdie 3. Most of the field has been eating this hole up. Unfortunately, James Conrad comes up short, but for now it's Ricky Wysocki with his birdie putt.
To maintain that one-stroke lead.
Just good enough to get over the rim. Ricky Wysocki still in the lead. 2 to play.
Barsby to maintain the gap. This will keep Greg 2 back of Wysocki.
Oh, Greg, I could see that right as he let go. He missed his mark on the release, and 1 little nanosecond earlier, and that thing's in the heart of the basket. Unfortunate par. Yeah, he's been playing so good. His first inside circle, 1 miss. And that's probably going to be a wrap for Greg, unless if these guys have some troubles on 17 and 18.
Vinny maintains the 1-stroke deficit despite the high putt. So what did you see in this Barsby putt, Philo? It just came out high, or?
Yeah, absolutely high. Yeah. When you hit the band like that, especially with Greg's putting style, where he kind of likes to lift and loft the disc up into the air, you can just see just 1 little click too long. Just a half a smidge of a second sooner, it comes out of his hand, boom, straight in the middle. But just a little bit too much lift on the way up and out for Greg, and unfortunately he's going to come up empty-handed here, scraping up a par. I mean, everything's lined up nice, you know, everything looks good, and just a hair. There's a little bit of headwind, right?
Yeah, there is a little
so
headwind.
So that probably just held him up just a little bit.
Yep, just a little too much lift. We are going to fly 17 before we play it, Philo.
Yeah, this hole is a monster. Not much success being had out here on 17. It is playing, you know, this 3rd most difficult hole on the course, but I really feel like it's just as difficult as hole 4 or hole 9. 3rd most, yeah.
It's 3 birdies.
It's tough.
Yeah.
You got a long push off the tee. You got some stuff you got to miss. You got these trees that you can't really see the limbs. They just kind of blend in with everything. You really want to get some air under the disc, but there's not a whole lot available. So, yeah, these guys are struggling.
They are.
Everybody's finding the fairway pretty comfortably, but after that, I mean, the stat line is just so bland. There's nothing going on. Hardly anybody inside circle 1. Nobody's parked. 3% birdie rate on the day.
It's like Kevin Jones, the only one to make it in the circle in regulation. This is Wysocki off the tee on 17. And this is a monster.
Big drive out of Rick. Definitely in position to attack the green. Applying the pressure to this man once again. Calvin Heimberg really needs to come up big here to have any chances. That solid drive out of Rick.
Yep. Picking between destroyers based on the wind here. That is way too low for Calvin, all but erasing any chance for a birdie.
I don't think that's going to get it done, man.
Nah, it's going to have to come down to 18, or he's going to need some help from Rick.
Yeah, Rick's going to have to take par. He's going to have to match here, and then Vinny's going to have to come up with some fireworks, and Ricky come up a little stale, and we got another playoff in the making.
Scorpius for Barsby. This is the flippier one.
Starting to taper off to the right side. Let's see if this hooks up. Just barely. They're going to give him a green flag, so he's safe.
Yeah.
But yeah, that disc just a little too neutral and a little too slidey for Greg. And that pretty much ends his chances of making the comeback.
Yeah.
Well played this week, Greg Barsby, but unfortunately going to come up just a hair short.
Gotta be so proud.
Absolutely.
Photon for Conrad.
Conrad giving this a nice heave down the fairway, but just not enough air to get that full glide. Solid position, but a long, long way to the basket.
Your leader to the class of the tee shots there. Over to Freeman on 18.
Freeman's been sitting in solo 5th here, back and forth, tied with James Conrad for 4th. Trying to get himself into position to get a closing hole birdie and try to get into that 4th place tie with James Conrad one more time.
He is on the fairway safely.
Nicely done from Joel Freeman. Oh, a lot of guys are in the clubhouse. Going to be watching these guys come around their last couple of holes. Not too much doing from the majority of the field. Just a couple of guys making some big jumps. Looking at John Willis making that big charge, 10 under, coming in hot. Well done from the youngster right there out of Tyler, Texas. Home course, local boy. Other than that, it's been kind of stale for most of the guys. No real big numbers, you know, just kind of.
Other than that, 9 for Rick, yeah.
I mean, 9 for Rick. Barsby's also at a 9. I mean, they're both shooting some good scores, but I mean, the rest of the field has just been kind of stagnant and quiet.
Behind him, yeah. Over to Calvin Heimberg is second on 17.
Looks like he got through the majority of the tree. Pushes down the fairway quite a ways, but still a lengthy up and down to make par here on 17 for Calvin Heimberg.
Terry, do you know how far away Calvin is once he landed there?
I'm going to give him at least a couple hundred feet. He is in pretty good position, but I'd say at least 200, maybe even 225 to the pin.
Oh, wow.
Greg Barsby reaching for his staple scorp. Looks like things got away from him with the slightly flippy one. Stable up a bit and try to get another full flight. Get as far down the fairway as he can, get his par, get out of here. Drifting out to the left, maybe a little too overstable. Didn't get as much of a flip up and glide as he would have liked. Kind of going towards that OB, but settles down nicely. Greg Barsby going to have an opportunity to get up and down, salvage his par here on 17.
I think if he would have switched to Scorpius on the throws, he'd be in great position right now.
I don't think, you know, again, this isn't one of those holes you're anticipating seeing many birdies. We've seen 3 all day. I can't even count how many on the weekend. Probably for sure sub 10. It's a tough get. No shame in taking par here on 17.
Conrad.
Conrad asking for that thing to come out, and it does so. That got right up on the OB line and fades out in a timely manner, and that looks like a right around the circle's edge putt for James Conrad. They're calling him birdie 2 or circle 2. So let's take another look at that full heave from James Conrad. Long man stretching the disc out all the way.
Just trusting this panic to hook up in time, and it barely did.
Look at the body English on that, man, making that S-turn work out, and that late fade back. And that was so close to being on OB.
I think it was over OB at one point.
Just for a split second.
Yeah.
But James Conrad, excellent second shot.
Ricky Wysocki.
Rick doesn't need to get too greedy here. Unfortunate to catch a little tree limb up there on the way in, but that was more than likely just going to be a upshot up and down for a par anyway. Yeah, Rick didn't need to push the envelope on that and get wild and kick a tree, go OB, anything weird like that. It'll just be real foolish at this point in the game, so smart play there from Rick.
Yeah, let the other guy make the mistake, right?
Yeah, Vinny's going to have to do some things here to make this interesting in the last hole and a half. You know, he's still 200 some odd feet, so he'd have to throw something in to tie it up, and then Rick would have to have something weird happen, and once again Vinny come up big on the final hole to overtake him.
I will throw out there, 18's drive is a bit of a dice roll on those hyzers come and spike in.
Anything could happen.
Anything can happen. They can We've seen him pick up and roll
Anything could
OB.
happen. So for now, Vinny just needs to get up and down, take it to 18, and see what happens.
Calvin going to the Rhino for the third shot on 17.
Smart play. Doesn't even challenge the chains. Just slides it in there inside circle 1. Get your par. Get out of here.
That should maintain his 1-stroke deficit to Wysocki.
Let's wing it over to hole 18. He's on his second shot, hole 18. Trying to cap off a fantastic effort here on a closing round Sunday. Tyler, Texas.
He's tugging on his Firebird, I saw. And he's at circle 1 for a birdie
Wow,
look.
what a day for Joel Freeman.
Man, he's just continuing to improve.
He is, year after year. The first couple of seasons, you could tell he was battling with the confidence. He's had the game the whole time.
Right.
He's had the skill set. The guy throws the disc a mile when his putter feels confident. Man, but the mental game and just getting accustomed to competing at this high level, it's not something most guys can just show up and do.
Over to Barsby for his third on 17.
Barsby working that little Rhino flick shot in there nicely.
Yeah.
Another tap in par.
Ahead to 18. Here's where Freeman's upshot landed.
What a second shot for Joel. What a way to cap off a weekend for Joel Freeman. Brings him back into that tie for 4th place with James Conrad.
Exactly. Wysocki's third.
Ricky Wysocki trying to close the door on Calvin Heimberg. 1 hole to play. What a comeback that's going to be if Ricky Wysocki can hold on, huh?
Incredible.
2 rounds in a row, down by 4 strokes or so, it felt like, right? He didn't come off to that hard of a start round 1. Macbeth was up by 4.
Yeah.
Comes into the final round trailing Calvin Heimberg by 2. You know, and it seemed at one point Calvin was actually trying to stretch it out on him a little bit. And
yeah, Calvin had 3 at one point.
He had 3 on him at one point. So just Ricky just never quit and just fight all the way to the end.
Conrad for birdie and solo 4th. Finally has one online and it's low.
Well, James Conrad gonna settle for that.
Heimberg to save par. Stay 1 back of Wysocki with 1 to play. No problem for Heimberg on the par make. And then we'll have 3 more of those coming up. Wysocki in for par. 1-stroke lead, 1 to play. While they walk to 18, we're going to take a quick break on the Disc Golf Network. It is our last break of the day. Catch you for the drives on 18.
I'm Johannes.
Hey, I'm Jonathan.
And today we're going to talk about how to aim.
We have some problems with the distance, the timing, and pretty much everything. This is kind of the ground or the beginning of the throw.
There you go. So we're going to throw some forehands.
Oh yeah. Then you just stroke the board and then you push it in the basket.
You should never, ever throw your max on a golf course.
What?
The crowd was so spectacular today. Just the energy from you all was just amazing.
I love you, Oregon!
back to the action in Tyler, Texas for the Texas State Championships presented by Latitude 64. Ricky Wysocki sits with 1-stroke lead over your day 2 leader, Calvin Heimberg. We've got 1 left to play. There's a little backup on 18, so they are stewing around the tee pad, which is never fun in a tense moment like this. This is where it came down to on the FPO side as well. We had 2 drives kick up and roll OB. And they also had a big backup before they got to tee off. Calvin looking like Calvin always looks. Cool, calm, and collected, but I would imagine there's a lot going on the inside of that brain. A lot of thoughts.
He's probably thinking, how the heck did Andy Dufresne ever get the better of him? Going back to your Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah, man. That little rock hammer, man.
He just kept chiseling away.
Chipping away.
Unbelievable.
And your leader ready to tee on 8.
Smooth, clean release. Great angle.
It's going to hyzer into the hill. See how high.
That's just fine, Ian Anderson.
Yes, it is.
Great position there for Ricky Wysocki to close this out. Up and down will do it unless if some fireworks happen right here from Calvin Heimberg. Going to need to be in perfect position and a throw-in more than likely to take this to overtime.
It'd be nice if you could get past Ricky at least to make him throw that second shot first, right?
Absolutely. A little chess match.
See how
aggressive he gets. Following that same vapor trail, hanging it out there even a little wider. That overstable disc is going to need a big skip.
Oh,
wow!
Goodness.
Calvin Heimberg.
He did it. He did what we said he needed to do.
He just outpassed Rick. So yeah, this is going to be interesting. A little chess match going on here.
God, that was so close.
That was so sketchy, man. That just barely skipped up high enough to get over that curb.
Man, my heart skipped a
game over.
Scorpius for Barsby. I got chills right now, man.
Yeah, I just got a little chilly, man. Yeah, a little wind shift for Greg. Reload, reset. And it's away.
Really nice looking shot from Greg.
Yeah, in the middle of the fairway the whole time. Never a doubt. Greg Barsby in good position. We saw his shot yesterday land a little high up on the fence, made things interesting. Better position today.
Conrad with the photon. He is currently tied with Joel Freeman.
Yes, he is. They're sitting at the 20 under mark.
Birdie here worth some points and some dollars for Conrad.
Big time. Definitely want to break that tie, take your solo fourth.
Lovely stuff.
Excellent shot.
We're going to take another look with this at this Calvin Heimberg drive, flirting with disaster. Almost ended his tournament.
That was about a half an inch from being game over, man. I mean, that hung out and looked like that tree came into play. Then all of a sudden right here, this last skip, talk about close, man.
On the curb, man.
That was living on the edge, but Calvin Heimberg comes up clean. He's still alive. He's going to need a little help from Rick. Either Rick's going to have to come up short on his approach and come up with a par, and Vinny, park this thing in there tight and apply the pressure once again. We could take it to overtime, man. This could be another playoff situation.
4 in a row for us.
4 in a row, man. Every time we hop in the booth, something awesome happens, huh?
I love it. And if they do go to a playoff, we're playing 3 through 10 on a loop. So kind of the more wooded holes.
Yes, they are. So no open holes to start things off. Take them straight to the woods and add that complexity of those tight, narrow corridors. And first, though, we got to see what Rick does. This is the shot of the tournament for Ricky Wysocki right here. He nails this one, drops it in there deep in circle one. That's a wrap.
But some serious gamesmanship from Calvin, forcing that first act.
Gotta, give a tip of the cap to Calvin for staying in the battle. There's been a few times today where Rick's had him up against the rope, pushed to the lead to a couple, and Calvin just stays the course, stays focused, and still has a chance here. Last hole.
Before we get to that, though, your third place finisher, unless something crazy happens, Greg Barsby, will
Ain't nothing crazy happening to get Greg out of third place. He's 4 clear of James Conrad. It would take a big number for that to go backwards for Greg. Talking hockey stick.
Yeah.
It ain't going to happen.
Scorpius over the baseball field for Barsby.
That's shaping up nice, asking for it to push and get a little bit more of a skip, and does so nicely. It's probably just on circle's edge for Greg. Solid effort.
Yeah.
Great tournament. He's just put himself in the protected class, for his own words.
He did. He's at 25 down.
Minus 25, so protect your Greg Barsbys.
I'd protect him even without a 25 down.
I had to protect that guy for years on the road.
Yeah,
there's multiple reasons why he's only alive because of me.
Conrad is second. Would love the up and down birdie. Snag solo fourth.
That's leaking out a little bit to the left. Ooh, just stays safe to James Conrad. Almost a cliffhanger, but plenty safe. No part of his disc out of bounds. James Conrad looking to finish off his tournament with a birdie 3 here on 18.
It's going to have to come from circle 2.
He's comfortable out there.
It hasn't been Conrad country today.
It hasn't been Conrad country this weekend, but you know, you never know. He's always due.
Yep, he'll figure it out at some point. Wysocki.
Big
incredibly important shot.
Shot of the tournament coming up. Drives that thing in there. Big flare skip. That's inside circle 1.
Between bullseye and circle 1.
Big fist pump from Ricky Wysocki. He knows how important it is to get that thing in there nice and close. Stress-free putt to wrap things up. Calvin's going to take a little walk and check things out.
Do you think he tries to throw it in? He's going to try and James Conrad this thing right now?
He has nothing to lose, really. I mean, unless if he, I mean, it's right there inside circle 1 if he should miss, right? You don't want to cough up second place.
No.
I don't think he gets too crazy aggressive.
He's got the rhino.
Maybe a high stall shot that kind of comes backwards at the basket on the way down.
I can see that, sure.
But depends on the wind, you know. Big shot here for Calvin to take it to overtime with the throw-in. Runs out of steam. Park job for Calvin.
So a little bit of pressure for Ricky's putt.
Still got to knock it in there. He's still got to knock it in, no doubt. So it's not over yet. Still 1 putt left to go to decide things here on hole 18. Ricky Wysocki with an inside circle 1 putt. Call it in between circle and bullseye to call it a day, and 6 in a row for Ricky Wysocki. Incredible.
It looked mildly improbable after day 1.
It looked a hair bleak after Paul Macbeth came out and smacked the field around and showed everybody Macbeth, you know, 5-time world champion, what he can do. But unfortunately, things went sideways for Paul Macbeth round 2. Ricky Wysocki cuts the deficit down to 2 coming into this final round and hunted down Calvin Heimberg right from the jump. Couple of birdies off the bat. Unfortunate bogey pickup on 5, and since then it's been blue and white all across the card for Ricky Wysocki. Trying to keep the streak alive here in Texas.
And he's going to have to wait a couple minutes because we have 2 putts before.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Greg Barsby up first, potentially. James Conrad was just on the hair of circle 1, just on edge. They're going to talk about it, and looks like Conrad might get a chance to go first here. This again to break that tie with Joel Freeman for solo 4th place.
Putting at OB a little bit here.
A little bit, but James is...
He's at least tagged the target every time.
He's been online. Let's see if he can get one to stay inside the assembly here on hole 18.
Other than 16, I guess. For solo 4th.
Once again, James Conrad will come up short. He will stay knotted up at 21 under par, tied with Joel Freeman.
Great showing.
Great showing. Solid round. A little slow for James. Nothing really doing in the middle of the round for him, but not going to scoff and be upset with a top 5 finish out here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
And Barsby to make one more highlight for all the fans in person and at home.
He'd love to drop a hammer one more time to close things out here at his new home in Tyler, Texas. Barsby, it's up, and once again wide. Rolls around the backside in the shadow of the tower.
Thankfully, it was just for show.
Just for show.
Won't affect the outcome. Here is Ricky Wysocki for the win.
What a gutsy performance from Rick either way.
2022's Texas State champion for the 6th time in a row, Ricky Wysocki.
What a performance. He knows how important that is. Switching over sponsors back to dynamic discs, switching up to a whole new bag all over again. Maybe he kept some of those old good throwers from a few years ago, but Ricky Wysocki, man, what a horse, what a workhorse to just come out there and grind his way to earning this victory.
As Barsby knocking in his par for a 9-down round.
Solid shooting, very consistent for Greg all weekend long, you know, just building blocks, building blocks, building blocks, you know. It just seems like he added one every round. One more birdie, one more birdie.
0 bogeys today.
2022 Texas State champion, Ricky Wysocki.
Yeah! Let's go.
Bring it on in, Rick. Rick, you had to battle back these last 2 rounds. You ultimately hunted down Calvin Heiberg. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, the last couple holes, it just turns into a chess match. You know, luckily I had a 1-stroke lead and I was able to play a little more cautious on 18 on the upshot. But yeah, I mean, I grinded through the bad breaks and, you know, I just fought hard mentally. That's what I do best. I feel like I'm a mental warrior. I can fight through bad breaks, and it's an amazing feeling to be back and get my 6th Texas State title. It's amazing. It's hard fields nowadays, and I'm just proud of myself for fighting through the adversity throughout the whole week.
Greg Barsby said at the earlier in the week that if anyone finds 25 under or better at the end of the weekend, we should protect them at all costs. You're 28 under. How does that feel?
It feels great. I mean, I knew I was going to have to shoot a hot one today and yesterday to have a chance to win. But yeah, I think the course was susceptible to scoring because the wind was down. I think if the wind was up, definitely you wouldn't see as low scores. But yeah, Texas State's, I'm feeling in the groove, and yeah, it's a great feeling to have all these. I feel like I'm at home here. All the fans, I feel like, support me just because I feel like I play so well with their energy around here.
Well, it's the 3rd event of the season, but your first win. You're now looking to probably take a couple weeks off. How are you going to prep for the major?
Yeah, take a couple weeks off, kind of still work on some things. It's not the season's not even close to over. I'm just getting started, and I just got to give a big shout out to Dynamic Disc for giving me this opportunity and giving me the new motivation to play, and with great plastic and great disc. So I'm excited for the future and excited for the major. Off week to rest the mind and come back after a couple ice baths.
Ricky Wysocki, your champion yet again here at Texas State's.
Raptor Legs is back, baby. Let's go.
Yeah.
I wish I had a belt to put this on.
Yeah. All right.
What a performance from Ricky Wysocki, the 1-stroke victory. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll have the OTB after show, the OTB shot of the day, and some Philo analysis.
I just wanted to challenge the best. I mean, this is a course I feel like the best player is going to win. I don't think anybody will shoot better than 25. If they do, protect them at all costs. 18 is all brand new, so all complaints can be sent to me for hole 18 because it's pretty sadistic. You know, the Thorn is, you know, it's the toughest course in Tyler. This is the Rose City, so I thought the name was pretty appropriate.
To me, airborne is the expression of flight. That's kind of the representation of the brand that we wanted to build. The visual that we wanted to get from this stamp is the connection between man and nature, and man's connection to the natural world that people are able to find through disc golf. We wanted to have a disc that all players could trust. It'll be a great tool for a lot of players. It feels great to have Prodigy have enough trust and faith in me to make this disc for me and to make this full line. I'm excited to be able to share it with the whole disc golf world.
There's two components of making the hyzer flip. Throw it on a hyzer angle, this way. Finding the right disc is the most important part of it. That was a hyzer flip.
You see that, Mom?
A round of disc golf in the winter. You grab a warm jacket, your favorite discs, and a shovel. You march your way to the first hole and clean off a perfect tee pad. Line up your shot and let it rip. Europe's #1 disc golf shop is coming to the United States.
Welcome to the OTB After Show and Ricky Wysocki. Great shot started early, didn't they?
Yeah, he's so solid inside circle one. Doesn't matter which way the basket is, up, down, left, right. Sidearm, obviously pretty much always on point for Ricky Wysocki. Just working that big flare skip into the green on 2.
And Ricky with just 2 bogeys the entire tournament, Philo.
That's impressive, man. That's the way to get, you know, your win on right there. Minimize those bogeys, capitalize on your birdie opportunities, making those clutch putts when necessary. But it really didn't seem like Rick was really stressed out at any point at this tournament. He just seemed comfortable and relaxed, just throwing his shots, knowing that eventually the game and the rounds would come to him. You know, didn't really get his cage rattled too badly by Macbeth coming out. He didn't even like that drive, and that thing almost dropped it in. Such a sweet drive here on 12, just filet mignon this thing right down the right side of the fairway. That big sweeping hook and skip towards the basket at the end, right on the bullseye.
16.
Just crept it over the rim, but good enough. I think that's when he really started to get that sigh of relief. Obviously this big clutch putt here on 18 to cap it off. I mean, I've seen a lot of guys miss that putt from 20. Unbelievable.
Wow. You want to update the graphic? Rick with that one. Barsby, 1 bogey the entire tournament. One better than the Wysocki there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Greg Barsby, the course designer, or part of the course design crew, is going to come up just a hair short, but a fantastic. Barsby, I mean, it's been a kind of a rough go for Greg here in the early goes of the season, but turned the corner this weekend. We'll see if Greg can ride that momentum into the middle part of this 2021 or 2022, excuse me, disc golf campaign on the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
Yeah, threw a lot of good shots to build on and hopefully gain some confidence for the rest of the year.
Absolutely. He's a streaky player, so once the confidence kind of brews up for Greg, he'll usually ride it for a good little while. So let's see if he can stay healthy, keep that mental in a good positive, perspective, good place, and you should be seeing a lot more of Greg Barsby coming into the summer months here.
Yeah, how about we saw Calvin Heimberg this entire week? He looked like the Calvin of old, man. And I mean
it
that
looked
the best way
good,
possible.
you know, and unfortunately he just got outplayed by Ricky Wysocki. They're just two different breeds of sharks, you know what I mean? You know, Ricky Wysocki is like the apex predator where you can see it on his face. He's coming after you, and Calvin Heimberg's a bit more relaxed, you know. He's just kind of chilling out in the ocean and just kind of doing his thing, but man, when Ricky starts putting the clampers on you, you know, he's so hard to compete with and to fend off when he's striking. And unfortunately, Calvin was on the receiving end of a big bite in the butt from Ricky Wysocki as the top apex predator shark out there in the ocean today.
Yeah, he was. Other two names we got to say a lot that we haven't been saying a lot lately is James Conrad.
Yeah, it's nice to see James Conrad coming back into form again. You know, solid competitor, world champion, you know. Gosh, what can't you say about James Conrad? And maybe the only chink in the armor is not a super strong and stealthy sidearm game.
Right.
But other than that, I mean, proficient with the backhand game, the putting game, usually almost always spectacular. We did see a little bit of the James Conrad sidearm, but not much, you know. And unfortunately, James Conrad comes up a little short as well, tied for 4th place. A solid round, and ain't nothing to get too excited about, that early bogey on 3. But, you know, James will be back. He's a fighter.
He is.
He's a silent, you know, we call those silent assassins. He's not really making a lot of noise with the mouth, but the game always shows up. So I'm sure we'll see a whole lot more of James Conrad in the weeks to come.
Yeah, he's got all the skills necessary and all the tools. Joel Freeman, forehand, backhand, like almost 450, 500-foot power on both sides.
Absolutely. I think Joel Freeman's game is won and lost in between the years. It's not a talent thing. It's not.
Do you remember USDGC?
I do.
Right?
You know?
He missed some very makeable putts.
And then it just seemed like everything unraveled for him, you know what I mean? And it takes a while. I've been saying this, you know, pretty much every broadcast. The mental to hone that in takes time. You're not going to see too many guys do like a Gannon Burr and come up and just stay in there all the time. Yeah, he played a pretty solid weekend. He stayed in the top 10, finished in a 7th place alone, 16 down, you know, for the event. Solid shooting from the kid, but I mean, to get back into those lead card situations over and over again and to do things like what we're accustomed to seeing from a Ricky Wysocki, a Paul Macbeth, a Calvin Heimberg, a James Conrad. Once they get there, they stay there.
Yeah, he's going.
That's the difference between good and great. Is the good players can get there, but the great players will stay there.
I like that one.
And that's the big difference. And those guys are earning their way to that place. Gannon Burr's a kid. He's got so many years ahead of him. A guy like Joel Freeman, who's a bit more mature, an older cat, you know, like he's got to get on that pace and on that level of, okay, I have the skills to compete. Now get out of my own way and let my game do the talking. Chill out my emotions, chill out the headpiece, go out there and throw the shots and be successful.
I guess maybe part of the process is going through that and not succeeding, you know?
It takes, especially in golf, because you're on an island every time you step in between the ropes. Right? It's just you. There's no teammates to help you. I mean, you could have an Ari in your background, but she's not going to make the disc fly any straighter.
Not going to throw it for you.
You know what I mean? You got to get the job done. So, yeah, it's a very personal game. It's something that does take time to develop, to get comfortable playing in these big moments, to let your skill set shine and to rise to the level of the play that you're playing with. You don't want to revert and go the opposite direction. You want to feel your game is riding a wave when you get into these big moments, not showing up on a final round like, well, which Joel Freeman's going to show up or which Greg Barsby's going to show up or whoever. You got to know your A game's showing up on that final round.
Yeah, those top guys, you know what you get.
Absolutely.
Every time they step
and
on the course.
They did not disappoint today. I mean, they both played awesome rounds. Calvin Heimberg had those 2 bogeys on 7 and 8 or 6 and 8 rather, and that really was the difference. And after that, Ricky Wysocki took over. You know what I mean? There's a couple of holes where we're thinking, okay, Calvin still got this, and then bang, you know, 10 through 13, Ricky Wysocki strings a little birdie streak together, and then that was pretty much the difference. I mean, they kind of played hole for hole the rest of the way in, minus hole 13.
Yeah, what a show they put on.
Awesome show. It's fun to watch, and I hope you guys enjoyed the show as much as we did, because that was an awesome weekend of golf.
It was killer, man. If you guys are on YouTube right now, consider a subscribe on the Disc Golf Network. You get a lot more disc golf action that way.
Yeah, dude. One other thing is really noticeable, or, you know, what's a big takeaway from this weekend? How about those 1030 players not making cash this weekend? We've been talking about that, right?
We just went below the cash line and we saw some names.
Some names. The field is getting thick, guys. I mean, there is no room for error anymore. It used to be you're a 1030 player, you show up to a tournament, you are guaranteed cash.
That's true.
Not anymore. The level of the competition has risen to an outstanding level to where you have to bring your game every weekend. There are no slackers anymore in this open field. Everybody who's showing up these days are capable of throwing down some numbers, and if you're not doing it, you better believe there's 25 or 30 other guys right behind you that are doing it. So got to bring your A game every week from here on out, it seems, on the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
You know what familiar name got a win this weekend?
What's that?
Eagle McMahon. Played a C-tier in Colorado. Can you imagine signing up for C-tier and then Eagle shows up? You're like, oh, my God.
Yeah, Eagle's got to get himself back into the mix out here and get that shoulder and his elbow and everything all dialed in and healthy once again. We've been missing him out here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. But
so much, man.
Hopefully, Eagle, man, he's got so much to offer to this game and such a huge talent. And we hope and wish all the best for Eagle. Hopefully, you're healing up and feeling good this weekend.
If he was thrown the day after the MRI, that's a good sign,
That's a good sign, man. So we'll hope to see Eagle back out here in the mix soon. We know Simon Lazada, one of the Crush boys from the ladder, my God, I can't remember dynamic. I'm all over the place today. Discmania.
Discmania, I do the same thing with those.
We'll get those guys back out here. Obviously, Simon just had a child recently and playing, stay-at-home dad a little bit. So hopefully we'll see some more of these big names at, some of these tournaments coming up in the next few weeks.
Yeah. It's time for one of my favorite parts of the day, the OTB shot of the day.
What you calling it?
I have no idea, honestly. I can't. It's coming up blank right now. You got one?
Maybe that big putt that Rick hit. Calvin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's not coming from the winner, but, man, this was a moment for Calvin. We pretty much thought I was lost at this point. And Calvin just with a dagger from 90 feet. So, not so fast, Ricky. Still got some golf to play. Such a huge putt. A little greasy coming in off the bottom of the bucket and shooting up into the chains. But, man, those 3 monster putts he hit this weekend were something special.
Absurd makes this
That's going to be an awesome highlight reel for Vinny. Unfortunately, coming up short for the W this weekend.
Just
that's got to feel good, He's trending in the right direction. So much better. So much better
than we saw in Vegas, remember?
Oh, man. He was all over the place in Circle 1, and this week tightened down batting down the hatches, got this stuff together, and Calvin's looking solid. I'm sure the next few weeks we're going to be seeing a lot of Calvin Heimberg up on those top cards.
I do not doubt it, sir. All right. It is time to call it a day, call it a weekend. I really hope you guys enjoyed the Texas State Championships as much as Philo and I did. It was a fantastic watch for everybody in the booth, everybody on the ground, making all this coverage possible. Trent flying that drone around, Jeff Spring and the gang. We thank you guys so much for tuning in and your patronage. And we'll catch you for the next one. Thanks for watching, guys.
Take care, everybody.